Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault. And you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy
They
there.
got the wrong guy. The dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case. Dati mihi Anglican po in service of you. That's absolutely not true. I didn't ask you to interrupt me.
Alrighty. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. Good morning, everybody. It's wonderful to have you here. I am the Recovery Addict. Thank you very much for being here. Appreciate everyone coming in and taking their seats in an orderly fashion. Thank you very much. Welcome. All right, we made it. Let's see. I have to foremost welcome Judy D. Judy. Today, Judy, you think I didn't notice, but today is your 4-month anniversary on the channel. And also today, you were first in chat and have thus been awarded, or about to be unceremoniously awarded, with everything IP related squarely on your shoulders. This responsibility falls directly on you, and you're responsible for everything IP related worldwide as a result of being first in chat. Judy, congratulations on 4 months. Good luck with the internet today. We know you're going to do a great job. Thank you so much for being here as well. There's one other thing I have to do that's a bit of tradition, and I apologize for the new guys, but hope you're not wearing headphones.
Mike. What day is it, Mike? Guess what today is?
It's hump day.
Hump day! Welcome to Wednesday. We made it halfway through the week. There went my voice. I'll just be whispering for the rest of the show. No, we did make it. It's Wednesday. It's Wednesday. One day closer to the weekend. Thank you very much. K-Cat, good morning to you. Happy hump day as well. I really should probably sing happy birthday before I do the hump day yell, because it makes it a very rough birthday song. Is there anyone that we need to sing happy birthday to before we begin talking about the case that we're following today? We've been following all month with Maya down in Florida, the Johns Hopkins Hospital, accused of medical malpractice and a host of other things. It's an incredible case. Every day it's something. I thought that was a recording. Now you actually shouting. Yeah, every time it's different. I give that one about a 6. I sort of had a little warble on the end that was not intentional. And 6 out of 10 is the scale we're using, not 6 out of 50 for those that are I know the comments coming, 6 out of 50. What was the last tally on time left for the attorneys? Meaty Banana, great question, because the further we go, this tally clock, I wish we could have like every tally clock on the screen. I just have them counting down simultaneously. Let me go here where we can see and talk to each other just a little bit better. Let's see. We ended the day yesterday. The plaintiffs once again used 1 hour and 40 minutes. Now I realize probably at least 40 minutes of that was jury time. The jurors using up time. I'm getting that weird static thing again. Okay, I'm gonna see if I can get that fixed. Anyway, there was a lot of that was jury question time, but they're over 1 hour and 40 minutes. They do not have enough time. They only have, they've used 52 hours and 40 minutes. That means 6 hours and 20 minutes is all they have left to present their case on cross-examination and, I believe, rebuttal. That is not enough time. It really is not enough time. So that's where they are. Hang on. Need to see where that sound's coming from. Can't locate it yet. Is it this one? No. Maybe it was. Maybe it was that sound. Had a spare cable that was unplugged and it didn't like it. Now it's grounded and it's good. All right. Hopefully it will stay gone. So the tally time for the plaintiffs, they have 6 hours and 20 minutes. The defense, on the other hand, they've only used 30 hours and 30 minutes of their 59. So if they had 60, they would have 29 hours and 30 minutes. But they've got 59, so it's 28 hours and 30 minutes. That's how I do math in my head. So they have 28:30 left. Defense has 6:20. They're in trouble. They really are in trouble. D Novo, welcome to the gallery. Thank you very much. Certified Fresh, great to have you here. Love the logo. Love the fresh input that you're going to provide. That's what I'm looking forward to. This is going to be a fantastic day as we continue in court. Let me make sure all our feeds are working the way they should. Let's go back here. Let's go to that guy there. Okay, let's go over here on our other screen. I like to have multiple feeds running because sometimes one of them drops out. Sometimes we have better audio on one than the other. I do try to make the audio as pleasant to listen to as possible using filters, limiters, compressors, selective bandpass, equalization to eliminate some troublesome frequencies. So if there's anything in the noise, I say in the noise, in the audio from the courtroom that is really irritating, I'll try to tone that out. Kenda Decote? I don't know if I'm saying that right. Is it Decote or Decote? Welcome to the gallery, Kendra. Thank you very much. Appreciate you being here as a new member as well. Excited to have you. Please take your seat in the front row by typing !seat. We have reserved seating for all members, so that helps. The front row is very big, by the way. Can we talk about the fact that the hospital could have invited Beata in for family counseling? Misty, oh my goodness, there are so many things that could have happened. And last night as we were talking with Dr. G, which I apologize for, I told him that I would have all the video queued up for both these interviews, and I did. But at the last minute, because we ran so late, I was not able to wrap my head around how to connect everything so you could get through StreamYard, this other feed, which I needed to be played through a HDMI recorder, a shuttle recorder, and I couldn't get the audio in, and it was awful. So we will do better on that. I apologize. Thanks for all those who were here with us with Dr. G. He's always a fantastic guest to have on the show. I'm looking forward to so much he's going to do. He says he's going to release a video talking about body language and other things. He's the clinical and forensic psychologist, by the way. He's going to be talking about Sally Smith, Kathy Beatty, and he's also going to release another one about Maya, which I think will be very, very interesting as well. So he'll probably have more on this case to come. And he's also offered, if we would like, to have him come back and talk about specific things that we're seeing in the case going forward. Let's see, Bunny, welcome to the gallery. Welcome, Bunny. Good to have you. Just saw that slide in. Maybe get your phone ready for the Zoom feed. Thank you, Karen. I will do that. The Zoom feed has been extremely useful. Let's see here. Let's go back and pull the link. The Zoom feed is actually the court Zoom, and sometimes you'll see like Mr. Edelman. Is that his name? I think it's Edelman. The attorney on the plaintiff side that is working on juror instructions, or I think it's the appellate attorney. That's sort of his realm. I haven't been impressed with him yet. He seems a bit unprepared at times when he should be really prepared. That's just my gut feel, and I realize I'm not an attorney. I'm not like able to read his mind and see what's happening. There might be reasons for everything he's doing, but he comes in on Zoom oftentimes. So, DeNovo, Sparkle Fart here. Rob pimped you out again. Love you, R.A. Thank you very much, DeNovo, and Purple Heart as well. So I know that you've got a little Emily D. Baker in you as well, which is not a bad thing. Love R.A. in this community. Great place to be. Thank you, Sonia Torres. I appreciate that. Also a new member, Sabina Elise. Welcome to the gallery. Thank you so much. Good to have you here. I'm humbled by the fact that so many of you here were sent by Rob. Rob is doing an incredible job. You realize he works all day long. We're talking not like part-time job, not like, I've got a little task I need to do sometime today. He works all day long as a lawyer, which is a full-time job. And then he does a full-time job worth of work in a recap where he has to both be paying attention during the day and on the fly be able to manage both the tech and the conversation and the legal analysis of everything that's happening in this case. I don't know how he does it. It's incredible. He's amazing, and I love listening to it. It's wonderful. That said, I was getting the link for Zoom pulled up. We should have that pulled up in just a minute. I did get a text from Jules this morning. She says, I'm driving into the courthouse and pulled up at a stoplight and looked over, and it was Mr. The older gentleman who sits in the back for the gallery. Burned. What's his name? And my brain is not woken up yet. You'll have to give me like 10 minutes before I'm actually ready to talk for the day. But she says, yeah, he's right next to me. so it was pretty funny. She's offered to call in at the first break, so we look forward to hearing from Jules at the first break. So if you have any questions specifically for her, I think something I saw some other channels doing, which I tell you, I'm a complete amateur at this, and so I'm learning as I go. But some other channels are using an emoji, like a question mark emoji, to help bring visibility to the question that you're posting in chat. I realized yesterday, I told you guys to use, to tag me in a question, and then I use StreamYard, and the tags don't show up for me, so it's just all a blur. So I'm trying to find a better way to be able to highlight your questions so I can ask them when we have a guest on or when we have a caller who's calling in. Rob has trial tomorrow and Friday. Yeah, he's preparing for that as well. So it's just crazy. Okay, we got the link. Just 1 second. Paste and go. There we go. Open that in Zoom. Log in. The webinar has not started yet, so there's no video yet from the courtroom, which is all right. Okay, I missed it. Did we have anyone with a birthday? I didn't see any birthdays. Did the defense move Beatty to Monday? Yes. M. Evil. Beatty's going to be on Monday. We heard Sally Smith is going to be on Thursday, which is tomorrow. Can you guys wait for that? Oh, my goodness. Franco says, Recovery Addict, there's a manhunt in Massachusetts. Looks like the Zoom is just starting right now. There's a manhunt in Massachusetts for Aaron Pennington, who is suspected of killing his wife. It's been going on for a few days now, deep in the woods of Gardner, MA. You know how I like a good manhunt. I'll keep my ear to the ground on that one, Franco. We're committed to this case, so we can't go anywhere else. But that's good. Also today, don't let me forget, the Colorado People v. Woodyard trial goes back in session today. They took 2 days off this week, so I'll be recording that on my laptop next to me here. We've got authorization from the court to do that. I'll be reposting that on my second channel, which is the Top Mark Media channel. And so those of you that are watching that, there should be two new episodes, because we're going to record the morning and then the evening. I'll post both of those tonight. We'll have those up tonight. Usually it takes a while to render, at least if you want to watch it in high definition. But those will be up tonight if you're following that trial. That one's a little frustrating because the court is not very consistent with their technology. They won't allow any other cameras in the courtroom other than their Zoom cameras, and they're not prompt on turning them on. So sometimes we get several seconds into an argument. Sometimes we don't get, miss an hour, and it's frustrating, but I'm getting you everything I can for that one as well. That'll only be on the other channel though. Christy, new sub to you from Lawn Lover. Christy B, thank you so much. I appreciate you being here. And also we had Good Vibes Stacy gifted a membership. Thank you very much, Good Vibes Stacy. The Zoom feed's going up and down and up and down. They keep canceling it and restarting it, so we'll see what happens. As far as audio from the courtroom, however, we have that here. It looks like Law and Crime has a feed up already, so one of the cameras is running. We'll keep an eye on that. Let's see. Let's go back here for just a minute while I get all my other feeds in order. Let's check this one. Judge said it was supposed to be an 8:30 start time, and it's 8:31. It is what it is, I guess. Quick update on the objection count. I'm up to 1,354 counted objections. These are ones we heard in trial from either side, sustained or not, since the opening statements. That's what we were counting. And I realize we've missed a ton. We are running a little fun contest. Usually through every trial, we like to count something that occurs a lot. Sometimes we'll do a cough counter. If there's like a really bad cough in the courtroom, we're just like, this is so bad. The least we can do to have those moments of levity in this heavy moment is to have something on the side. This objection counter is that for us during this trial. I realize it's a very serious trial. But let's see, let me bring this up. Let's bring 6 there. 6 there, 2 there. So we'll cut to that. So here's our objection counter. I need a label so you guys know what we're talking about. There's our label. And briefly, I'm going to bring up on screen our guesses. This is our where we're at on our guesses. So we had a bunch of people enter guesses. Oh, I'm going to scroll to catch up. Here comes the judge. I've got to hurry.
Hey, please be seated, everybody.
Thank you.
Okay, we're at 1354. Witchy Mama, you're up right now.
Remember the password, I would be dangerous.
Did he just say what his passcode is? Did he just say his password?
This is case number 2018 CA 5321 NC Jack Kowalski et al. Versus Johns Hopkins Children's Hospital. Starting with the plaintiffs, let's take appearances, please.
Greg Anderson and Nick Whitney for the plaintiff.
Ethan Shapiro, Howard Hunter, David Hughes, Pat Quarles, joined by Dr. Michelle Smith for the defense.
I was handed an exhibit list. Before we get to the exhibit list, and this is probably more of a question for Mr. Altenburn and Mr. Elliott, but perhaps you all could let your respective teams know. First thing, I'm just wanting to see, now that we have kind of gotten the dependency court order instruction basically resolved, I know it's not finally resolved, when am I going to be able to see the next draft of the jury instructions? And then a subset of that raises the issue of Fabre and whether the defendants are or are not going to seek any sort of Fabre. And I don't know if the defense is in the position to let us know that yet, but I really want to have some advance warning if you are going to be seeking Fabre.
Very well, Your Honor. We are not in a position to let you know that at this moment. I can tell you that Mr. Altenburn is, as we speak, working on the jury instructions. Now, I don't know what his timeline is. He indicated as we left the hotel that he was available on call, and we can contact him and ask for clarification if you'd like. But I know he's working on that now.
Right, because I think
we know he's in traffic with Jules.
Start seeing drafts of the verdict form, which the Fabre issue is going to, it's a lot more difficult if we have the Fabre, and if
we're looking at the same thing,
right? And I just don't want to spend the time and effort on continuing to focus on that if it's not going to be an issue.
I understand, Judge, and we are focused on the same issue.
Understood.
From the plaintiffs, we told Mr. Elliott that he should anticipate. We thought the court would have a discussion about jury instructions again, either tomorrow or Friday. So he's working towards that end, being ready to give you something by tomorrow or Friday.
I do think he and Mr. Altenburn are in communication.
Great. I just want to be looped in at some point into their discussion.
There's Jules. Jules is in the black and white.
I suspect you just told him.
Well, I'm always cognizant of everybody's time, and there's not much of it in this case, but I'm trying to balance what people need versus my ability to prepare. Was there ever a resolution as to when the parties wanted me to read the dependency court order instruction?
I'm going to try to answer Fabre in the first break.
It seemed yesterday that it wasn't necessary to read it today.
Tomorrow morning would be great.
We'd like to look at it.
I will tell you the sentence, Ms. Quarles, that you wanted in I am leaning not to include it. Here's my concern, and you can pass it along to Mr. Elegant and Mr. Alton Byrne. The concept of any disagreements concerning the care and treatment would be addressed by the dependency court. In theory, I'm okay with that. But I think as phrased, it would seem to, it might implicate the existing med mal count, and I don't want to put any judicial gloss on that.
I hear you, as you say it, I hear your concern, Judge, but I think that we do need to put something there because otherwise it sounds like, to me, the way it reads with the parental right thing, that they had complete discretion about everything.
I'm raising that issue because I'm not satisfied with the language as it is right this second. And if I had to read it this morning, I would not read that sentence.
Okay, no, we don't need it read this morning, Judge, and if we could take today to look at that language and come up with an alternative.
Time frame. I think yesterday I asked about when you were going to rest. You said that your group was going to be meeting last night and kind of getting a better feel for the next several days.
Right, understanding that every day we put in less than we had anticipated, given just how the timing has worked with everything. We're confident that we can rest Tuesday afternoon at the very latest, very early Wednesday morning.
Wednesday morning rest?
Let me ask the plaintiffs. Now, obviously, there's still a lot of daylight between now and the time that the defense rests. But do you have a concept as to how much or how long your rebuttal case is going to be?
As a rebuttal case, I would be less than a day, or perhaps a full day. But we obviously have to hear the rest of theirs. Right now, I have 3 witnesses in mind, and I will know a lot more by Thursday or Friday. So I will not take longer than a day, although I am, of course, subject to cross-examination.
Well, from a practical standpoint, again, I feel like we need to do closings on that Monday. I really don't want to push that to Tuesday because Friday is Veterans Day. So I want to give the jury enough time to deliberate, also understanding that if the plaintiffs are successful on one of their punitive damages claims, we would then have a follow-up. Now, is the follow-up going to be anything more than just putting in the financials, or is there going to be...
I've got one witness to put the financials in through Steve Heath, president of Chris Craft and former PwC partner. I anticipate that my case will take less than 2 hours in that regard. We might have one more witness. Yeah, about 2 hours.
And I know this is a hypothetical and it would not happen unless the jury were to check the yes box on punitives, but assume that that happens. What type of defense type of case, how much time are we talking about?
Well, the agreement between us and plaintiffs' counsel, since we delayed his deposition, we still need to depose him, so I don't know if we need to do that potentially during the case in that eventuality.
Well, I will tell you that I'm going to want, if the jury checks the box yes,
to go right in.
I'm going to want to go right into it.
Okay, so
I mean, if it's like if they check the box at 5 o'clock, then right into it means the next morning.
Yeah, I understand. So we may need to take his deposition this weekend or something of that nature. But we would obviously have to write a cross-examination of him.
Obviously, and right now I'm just trying to...
We don't have any. Yeah.
I'm sorry?
We don't have any witnesses that we intend to call in response.
These always usually be the financials, and it's usually in total, including further closing arguments, is a half-day deal, if that.
I agree. But on the record, we would like you to give us some dates for his deposition to plaintiffs' counsel.
I'll let you all work it out, knowing you all can figure out time-wise when you want to do it. Obviously, they get to do it, but I'm going to want to go right into it. It means also that we probably need Mr. Elliott and Mr. Altenburn to have punitive damages separate, but ready, including a verdict form.
Understood. Judge, as to depositions, we're getting jammed up a little bit. Ms. O'Leary was supposed to testify live, but she is, I don't want to go into detail for her privacy, but physically unable to do that. So we told them on Saturday that we needed to read O'Leary. She had been previously designated by us. We have not received any response from the plaintiffs as to whether they object or if they have cross designations. Hannah we designated that in June. We told them we were going to read it. We did one slight addendum on October 20th. We still have not heard back on Dr. Hannah, who we want to read tomorrow. On Dr. Vos, I looked at that last night. So recall, they played the third death of Dr. Vos that was done 22 or 23. We want to do the November 2019 death. And what happened on that, Judge, is there had previously been designations, but I went back through it given the court's orders in this case. And a large part of it dealt with much house by proxy and the phone calls. So I went back and redesignated those, removing all of those designations. And I didn't send that to the council until last night, but we need responses on that as well. We did not receive the exhibit list that council indicated he would send us last night. At least I didn't see it, and I checked with everybody, and we did not receive it. But the depositions are concerning to us because we want to play Dr. Hannah tomorrow. We'd like to play O'Leary tomorrow. And it's been radio silent. So we need some assistance.
Are either side waiting on me on any sort of rulings on any deposition?
No, Judge, because we haven't received a response from the Plaintiffs' Council. I mean, we haven't received objections. We haven't received counters for Dr. Hannah. So at this point, we're assuming there are none, and we're just going to play what we designated. With O'Leary, they never cross-designated back in June, perhaps because they thought she was going to testify live. That certainly was ours, but she's ill.
So the priority order is Hannah, O'Leary, those in that order?
Yes.
Samantha, Ms. Lawrence is doing the cross-designations and objections to Hannah, or at least putting those in a pleading. I was up till midnight last night reading that 325-page deposition. And it was designated in June. The first notice we received that they wanted to put in by deposition was sometime this week. And those designations from June have not been revisited with respect to the court's rulings here. So there's all sorts of stuff there that has everything to do with Chapter 39 and issues that we're just wasting our time on.
I designated nothing to do with Chapter 39.
Okay, well, and so we're not calling Hannah live?
Well, all along, we've been told they were going to call him live, which was why we weren't too concerned, but they didn't. So we're just going to designate his death, which was previously designated.
And he's in Clearwater?
That's yes, Pinellas County somewhere.
His practice is in Clearwater.
Yes, Judge, we didn't call him live because we've been trying to conserve time. We had a little discussion about just how much CRPS and ketamine discussion they could tolerate. We are still considering whether we would call him in our rebuttal case. It depends a lot on, again, what the defense is going to do, obviously. If that's something that makes the court's job easier, which I sense it might, if we did decide to, we can try to make a decision in the next 24 hours and save the court something.
Judge, we're still
to the
going to want
extent that I'm being asked to make rulings, that's what I get paid to do, and I'm happy to do it, even if it's, I'm doing it at midnight when you're doing something else. That's what I get paid to do. I'm just trying to get a sense of, does the defense want him to come live at this point? Can that happen, or do you want to do the deposition?
No, Judge, we're happy with doing the deposition, which, again, we just can't get it to the court for any rulings because we're not receiving any responses.
So
They've known about O'Leary since Saturday, and we haven't received any response. So we could assume there's no objections and they have no crosses.
The communication notes about O'Leary.
At this point,
yeah,
I want to talk about the art of the possible.
Sure.
Is that a book?
Hannah sounds to be like the number one priority, even if the defense plays Dr. Hannah's deposition to the extent that the plaintiffs wish to call Dr. Hannah in their rebuttal case, that doesn't foreclose. So Ms. Lawrence is working on it. By when is it possible that you're going to get the designations or objections over to the defense?
The first one will be filed in 10 minutes.
When you say the first one,
The first deposition.
There's 2 volumes.
Yeah.
So that first is 300 pages. The second I have here is much shorter. It's 100 pages. So we will have that, both of them filed by the end of the lunch hour.
so if you can get that by the end of the lunch hour, and assume that that happens, when will you be able to turn if there's any objections for me to rule on?
Well, we'll do it as soon as we're out of court. We'll look at it first thing. I mean, I don't know if we can look at it during court. Depends on what's going on. I mean, I could try to look at it while we're playing Dr. Malik today. I didn't bring a laptop, but.
So it doesn't sound like I would get anything by the time we leave today.
I guess it depends on how many counters they have and how many I have to look at, Judge. But as soon as feasible, as soon as I can, like first thing, I'll do the first thing as soon as I get back to the hotel.
I mean, I will try to turn it tonight if I get something tonight.
Okay.
But let's talk about O'Leary next. You've made the designations. And when are you trying to put that, something that can be played, where are we on? Today's Wednesday?
Today's Wednesday, Judge.
On Friday?
Yeah, we only have a couple of live witnesses for tomorrow, so we're hoping to get in these depositions.
How long is O'Leary's deposition?
About 40 minutes, maybe 40 minutes.
40 minutes. On our designations, we haven't received any counters.
And we were told that they were looking at trimming it down. I guess that's not happening.
No, just listen to that.
Okay, decided not to. That's supposed to hear that. So we will counter and get that by the end of the day.
And then Dr. Bose, as I told the court, I just sent that to them last night because I went through it all and there was so much in there that was in line with the court's rulings, not admissible. So I sent that last night.
I don't see how they're going to be able to turn Dr. Bose today.
I appreciate that. I'm just advising the court that we need a response on that when possible.
The priority list is Hannah O'Leary voters in that order.
Okay.
Are you anticipating any other depositions?
Yes. So they had previously designated Dr. Major, and we just did some slight counters. I need to look at that to see, since they didn't play it in their case, I sort of have to relook at it with playing it in our case. So I need to look at Dr. Major tonight to see if there's a change in the designations. And I don't know if they want to withdraw all of the designations they made or not. It'd be helpful to know that before we start playing it, if possible. So I need to look at Dr. Major. Though just tell the court there will be Dr. Major's step to address.
I seem to have some recollection you had lots of designations for Dr. Major, and from a time perspective, I didn't know.
That was Dr. Malik, I think you're thinking of, Judge.
Well, Malik was the 3 different deaths, right?
No, Major's 3 to 1. Malik is the one that was cut down. It was 2 hours, and now it's at 55 minutes.
Okay, so Major had 3 different volumes?
It does.
Because I remember there was like the first one in Dr. Major that there was a lot of designations, maybe not so many in the second. In any event, I guess the question is, are you going to want to relook at your designations of Major?
Yes.
So if the defense gets their designations to you tonight, will you be able to get your designations back by, the end of the business day tomorrow, Thursday.
Clarification. Has the court already ruled on major? Because if we could,
Yes.
if we could get a clip report, it'd be much easier just to withdraw in the clip. That's the most efficient way to do this.
Well, again, Judge, just the nuance is slightly different because they designated and we did some cross. So we got to go back since we're putting it on now and they did not to make sure we have designated what we need.
Let me back up. Is there a clip report that you can give to?
I don't think so because they were playing it, so we didn't edit it. So the answer is no, without getting into all the backstory.
Perhaps you would have your own clip report?
I don't think we didn't go through that process because we decided not to play it.
So there's no clip report. So
at this point,
let's go back to if Ms. Corrales is able to get you the designations of Dr. Major this evening. Will you be able to get your counters by like 5 o'clock tomorrow? Because I'm assuming we're trying to play Dr. Major on Friday as opposed to Monday.
I mean, I think we've already designated, counter designated, however you want to put that. And so there's already rulings, so we'll just look at the rulings in perspective and withdraw where we.
Okay. It sounds like based on how I've been ruling during the trial, they're going to somewhat change their designations.
I need to look at it, Judge. I don't want to waste the court's time in ruling on things where you already ruled. So I need to look at Dr. Major. I just didn't do that yet.
We will withdraw some of it for sure. And however we get it, we'll take a look.
What's next?
Exhibits.
So the only other depot that is going to be designated as Dr. Major, is there anything else? They got Hannah, O'Leary, Vose, and Major.
Danielson and Kilgore.
Danielson and Kilgore. Those are not going to be played till next week.
We got 6 more deps coming in. Sounds like. Let's go to exhibits and short of
Yes, Judge, please.
Do you have anything that you need this morning?
Yeah, I believe 3089. It's a video.
3089. I just turned on the system, so. And I guess I don't know the gentleman helping out from Mr. Cottrell.
Ryan. You want his last name?
Ryan, what's your last name? Ryan Sorensen.
Yes. Doing a great job of jumping in at the last minute.
New guy on the video machine.
Mr. Cottrell, is that how you say it? Hope he's feeling better.
Yeah, he's
Poor Ryan jumping in the case. The attorneys don't know his name even. Ash, that witness is a representative of the hospital. The hospital is the one being sued here, so the hospital has the right to have a representative here. In the it was a point of argument early in this trial that they would rotate out doctors as representatives.
I'm looking for it.
Okay.
They've got the intern pulling the video up. This might be hard. Thanks for the question, Ash Nicole. Queen Olive, thanks for gifting the membership as well. We had a few others come in before.
Playing the piano at the hospital.
Yes.
Is there anything else?
We don't have an objection. How long is the video?
Short. Seconds as opposed to minutes.
Need the organizational chart.
I mean, have you physically seen it before?
Have we seen it?
It's the duet with chopsticks with the doctor.
I don't think we've seen that, but if it's less than 15 seconds, we have no objection.
Well, I don't. It's less than 15 seconds, but it's
Yeah,
seconds.
let's play it.
I'm looking for it.
Okay. All right. Do you need that? All right. We don't need it for the first witness, Judge, so we can revisit it.
The only other thing we need is the organizational chart that was substituted into evidence for Mr. Anderson. Were you guys able to print that, or does the clerk have it? You're looking at me like I have two hats.
The one you put in evidence, we don't know the exhibit number.
Oh.
We just read.
Is it 3149?
We replaced the 2020.
Yeah, what's the
2012. It stayed the same.
Which is 2149-1. Should we retrieve it from the clerk, or do you have an extra copy?
Well, you gave it to us, so you should have it.
Yeah, I just want to make sure.
Ms. Lawrence says, well, you gave it to us, so you should know. Okay, they're working out some details. We've got a few things we need to talk about. The designations they're talking about.
Do you mind if I retrieve it from the clerk, Your Honor? It should be 2149.
Nobody has a copy. The clerk has the only copy, apparently.
Pardon me?
Designations,
Yes.
if you look at a deposition, the part each side wants to play is their designation. And it does count against their time. They might choose to play, they might designate the part where
I
Mr.
think we're
Anderson
having some
asks,
technical issues,
or
Judge.
Mr. Shapiro asks.
I
It
know
doesn't
it's
have to be their
closed,
part.
so maybe at lunch we could do some exhibits, since it's almost 9.
Okay, remember, I have a hard stop at right before noon today.
No, I meant like
11:55.
Right, I just wanted to make sure that whatever the issues are, it's fixed.
Oh, you have a bigger issue in mind. Yes, okay.
Mr. Reyes is going over to help Mr. Sorensen.
Okay.
Have an easy day. I'm shopping for an outdoor cat bed.
Okay.
So it's not.
2012 wasn't marked, right? There was another one that was
I
substituted.
thought there was one that you guys put in that.
We put in the 2016.
Do you remember what number?
We have an oval glass crystal window in our house. It's a beautiful window in the front room, and the cat likes to jump up there and sit. It's beveled, so the window curves in, and it's like a stained glass window, but with different piece of crystal, no colored glass. And this house, it's a beautiful home, built in 1915, and the cat likes to jump in front of that window, and then it looks in, and because of all the cut and beveled glass, it looks funny, so the cat's always like, what's over there? What's over there? It's pretty funny to watch from the inside. I might film it if it does it again when the lights are up. Yes, we do still have a cat. I think we're slowly resigning ourselves to that situation. I have not bought cat food yet. I'm looking for good cat food. Yeah, I don't know. I've got to get some cat food. I've got to get a cat bed. I'm allergic to cats. My wife's allergic to cats, but apparently we have a cat now. It happened. The other thing I want to talk about, Rob called Peter Tragos, who's the lawyer down in Florida who works in this arena, and got clarification. And Rob shared it on his channel. I was just going to repeat it here. Also, the lawyer shared it on his live stream as well. Apparently in Florida, things are different than what we've been telling you as far as the jury is concerned. Yes, they have 12 jurors that have been impaneled. 6 of them will deliberate, and all of them, it has to be a unanimous decision both on the, so to say, the verdict as well as the damages. So it does have to be a unanimous decision, which is a little higher bar to reach. So that's where that's at. So that does change things just a little bit. Yes, I'm looking for good cat food. Got to get a cat bed. Also, I don't know if we're keeping the cat. The cat is keeping us is the problem. And when it sits out there and it puts its paws up on the window and looks in through the glass, the window, the door, it's just, how can you not feed it? But the universe gifted us a cat. Yep. We've got to figure out that it needs to know it's an outdoor cat. And right now it's looking for any way to get in. And my kids leave the door open all the time. So it's a matter of time before our own house will try to kill us with allergies. But all right. So this is court, not cat talk. So, Sally Smith is tomorrow. Yes. Sally Smith is tomorrow in live, which is wonderful. This was my argument, Judy. Good cat food, let them catch mice. We live in a rural area. There are fields nearby. There's no shortage of little critters. I think the cat actually catches squirrels, which is funny because a squirrel's like half its size. It's a smaller cat right now. But invest in a cat tree. Can it be an outdoor cat tree, or do I need an indoor cat tree? It's going to come inside eventually. Don't tell my wife, but it's going to. We'll have to figure this out. I'll get you some Pickles pictures of the cat. All right, here we go. I think we're waiting for the jury right now. Looks like, yep, the judge is standing in the Zoom feed, so I think the jury's walking in right now. Cat talk and law talk are all the same. This cat has the most aggressive meow in the world, and it will trip you. It full on will trip you to get attention. Kurt, good morning on Civil Law. Good to have you here. Hope you're doing great this morning. How's the weather down there in Texas? I was going to share a picture. I might do it in a break. I might share a picture. Every morning I take a picture of 3 trees, the same 3 trees. And it's when I'm driving in the morning, I take that picture. And it's beautiful this morning. I'll share it on break.
Happy Wednesday. I want to confirm that while you were away, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves. You did no investigation and received no information. Is that all correct? Correct. And no one has approached you about this case. Is that correct? Correct. And you have not seen any clips, media clips about this case. Is that correct? Correct. Okay. Defense, let's call your next witness, please.
The defense calls Lisa Reck, registered nurse.
Okay, so the 6 hours and 20 minutes the defense has available to them, you're going to be watching that time very closely today. Oh, sorry, that's the plaintiff time left. The defense has oodles of time, plenty of time.
Raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do.
All right, we're going to come around this way. Good. Have a seat. May it please court. Good morning, ma'am. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Can you move forward just a little bit to make sure we can hear you? Thank you. Can you please state your name?
My name is Lisa Reck.
And what is your current occupation?
I'm a registered nurse.
Can you tell us a little bit about your education and training, including any degrees or licenses that you've obtained through the years?
Okay. I went to school at the University of Akron in Akron, Ohio. I graduated with my bachelor's in nursing in December of 1990. I sat for my boards in the spring of 1991, and I have been a registered nurse licensed in the state of Florida ever since.
Okay, and you're currently employed as a pediatric nurse at All Children's Hospital?
Correct.
And how long have you worked at All Children's Hospital as a pediatric nurse?
Since the spring of 1991, so almost over 32 years now.
Can you please describe for the jury what it is a pediatric floor nurse at All Children's does on a daily basis?
So we coordinate patient care. Anyone who's admitted to the hospital has a medical plan, which we, as a pediatric nurse, of course, would follow. But we also provide just help with daily care, so like their activities of daily living. We help with the time that they're at the hospital, any therapy that's ordered. Basically, we keep in contact with the physicians. If there's any changes in their status, we would be letting people know. So we help with the coordination of care during the time that they're hospitalized.
Why did you choose pediatric nursing as your calling?
It sounds kind of cliche, but I was always going to be a nurse from the time I was little. Both of my parents are actually in education, and they really wanted me to go that route, but it just wasn't my calling. So once I was accepted into the School of Nursing, they send you through various clinicals. And when I got to the pediatrics clinical, I really felt that that's where I was going to find the most fulfillment and enjoyment. So I have done that my entire career.
I'd like to take you back in time to the October 26th to January 2017 timeframe when Maya Kowalski was inpatient at All Children's.
Okay.
Do you remember that time?
I do.
And at that time, I believe you served as both Maya Kowalski's bedside floor nurse as well as a charge nurse across several days over the course of October and January, correct?
That would be correct.
Okay. What do you recall about your time with Maya Kowalski?
Objection, narrative.
Sustained. During the time that you cared for Maya Kowalski, did she have good days and bad days?
I would say definitely. I would say that she was no different than any other patient that we see that's in the hospital. You know, some days are definitely easier than others for everyone.
Okay. And did Maya Kowalski ever complain of pain during her admission?
Yes, she would. She would complain of pain, and honestly, pain is something that's very patient specific. So if someone's telling me in pain, I'm going to be understanding and provide what care I can to help with that. So yes, I would say that she definitely complained of pain on occasion.
Did anyone in your presence ever tell Maya that she was faking her pain or that she was making it up?
No. I mean, honestly, that's something that we would never do. And again, just speaking to the point that something that's painful for you may not be painful for me, and recognizing that, we would never question someone's authenticity when they're talking about their pain.
Could you tell the jury a little bit about the collaborative group of nurses that helped Maya Kowalski through her 3 months at All Children's?
So probably what I remember the most about while Maya was with us is really what we as a nursing staff did to really just bring like normalcy and a daily routine into her life. I kind of talked about it. So anytime someone is admitted to the hospital, there's a medical plan. And nursing is 100% going to follow whatever is outlined in the nursing plan. But we as nursing also have the most one-on-one contact with a patient. So we're spending a 12-hour shift with them and interacting with them way more than the other disciplines in the hospital. So I really feel like what myself, along with the rest of the staff on my unit, really tried to do for Maya was, just to provide things that she could do to make her life a little more normal. So, for example, she had a very specific morning routine, which I participated in often.
Why don't you tell the jury a little bit more about that morning routine?
Okay. We would get up in the morning. She'd wake up. We'd get her into the bathroom. She would always brush her teeth, comb her hair in front of the mirror. We'd get her back into her bed. And at that point, she would pick out the clothing that she wanted to wear for the day. So in order to get her dressed, we would lay out different options for her. She had brought in her clothes from her home. We would lay out different options, and she would pick maybe her pink shorts to go with her white shirt. And then when she was ready to put her clothes on, I remember her being extremely modest. So what we would do is, at that point, we would close the door to the hallway. All the doors have a blind that you can close as well, so we would close the blind. And then whatever nurse was assisting her that day would move the clothing closer to her. And then literally we would hold up a blanket and stand behind it, allowing her privacy to change. Once she was done changing, she would say, "I'm done." So we would, basically put down the blanket, assist her with positioning if she needed any help moving after that, reopen the door, reopen the blind, that sort of thing. So she definitely had a very specific routine that she followed. Some mornings she even put on a little makeup. She would ask you to move her, she had a little makeup kit, she would ask you to move her makeup kit closer to her so she could apply, just little eyeshadow and stuff like that.
Since the jury wasn't there, can you give me an idea of what Maya's various rooms over the course of October to January of 2017 looked like, the types of things that were inside there, the type of just creature comforts that Maya had on hand?
So all of our rooms, we're fortunate enough to have private rooms. So every room is private. It has its own bathroom. We have 2 TVs. There's like a big screen TV that would have been directly in front of her bed, and she would have been allowed to watch whatever she wanted. And then we have a smaller TV that's set off to the side for like a parent or anyone else to be in the room as well. All of the rooms have a large picture window. We do have varying views on our unit. So, for example, our hospital is curved, and part of the 7 North faces the bay. So some of our rooms have like a city view, and then some of them, as you come around, you can actually see the water. And then as you continue on the curve, then you're looking more back at the building itself. So yes, definitely all of the rooms are open, bright. None of our rooms are painted just plain white. They're all pastel colors, so you'll see colors like yellow and light blue and kind of a purpley color. So we really do try and make them as kid-friendly as possible. Maya, because of the length of time she spent with us, definitely accumulated a lot of items in her room. So just thinking about things like she had tons of arts and crafts. We were constantly bringing in new arts and crafts for her to do. She had stuffed animals, she had blankets. One of the things that the kids can participate in is bingo. It happens like every Thursday. And regardless if you win bingo or not, there's a prize cart that comes around after, and then they can choose an item. So I can tell you definitely Maya had a lot of items in her room.
You talked a little bit earlier about helping Maya with some of the toileting. Can you talk a little bit more about Maya's toileting routine and why there had to be, the door had to remain slightly open?
Yes. So Maya at one point was in the bathroom by herself, and she had a fall from the toilet to the floor. So at that point, she became like a heightened fall risk awareness patient. So following that incident, any nurse who was assisting Maya, while we could allow her to be in the, sit on the toilet by herself, we would have to stand outside of the door. We would always stand to the side with the door slightly cracked so that we could visualize her without fully seeing her as she was trying to go to the bathroom. But we did it more for a safety measure than anything else.
And so there was a door to the bathroom, and I think you said earlier there's also a door into the room,
hallway.
To the hallway. Mm-hmm. So what about that door to the hallway? Did that have to remain open?
Yes, that's part of the heightened fall risk awareness. We would also leave that door cracked, and that is because if she was alone in the room, we of course would have the side rails up, but if for some reason she was able to get out of the bed, we wouldn't want her to sustain a fall. So we would also leave that that door cracked as well.
You touched a little bit on this earlier, but can you describe some of the activities of daily living that Maya Kowalski was able to do independently, and maybe some of the things that she needed help with from the nursing staff?
So I would say independently, definitely she could, brush her own hair, she could brush her own teeth, she'd wash her own face. Like I said, she would put makeup on. She definitely had, like I said, with her modesty, preferred to dress herself. So she would get her own little sports bra, t-shirt, and shorts on. Things that I would say that we had to assist her with, just because we didn't want her to fall in any way, is if she was moving from the bed to the wheelchair, we would always be by her side to kind of help her pivot from one position to another. And that would also be similar for pivoting from the wheelchair onto the toilet so that she could do her toileting.
You had mentioned earlier in your testimony that Maya would have some good days and some bad days. Why don't you tell the jury on those days where she wasn't feeling well or having a bad day, some of the things that the nursing staff would do to try to help cheer her up and make the situation a little better for her?
Yeah, so I feel like some of my best memories of the time that Maya was with us is just like the little things we did for her. We had a couple of nurses that have a lot of skill with like braiding hair. So if she was feeling down or we knew that she wasn't like 100%, like those nurses would go in and they would offer to like braid her hair. We would do like mini spa days with her. I remember nurses bringing in their own nail polish from home or going to the store and buying her new nail polish and like painting her nails. So when David talked a little bit about just like the collaboration of nursing, a lot of interaction happens with our patients that you're not necessarily assigned to. So say, for example, I was not assigned to Maya, but I heard that, someone had just braided her hair or they did her nails. I'm going to go to her room specifically and say, like, hey, let me see your nails. Oh, I love them. Or like if I heard she got a new T-shirt, I'm going to say, oh, cute T-shirt. There's a lot of interaction that our nursing staff works together really well, just to make sure that, that all our kids feel special. We would do it for anyone. It wouldn't necessarily just have to be someone in Maya's position. It's something that we do on a daily basis. Another example would be if I'm walking down the hallway and Maya's call light is on, or anyone's call light's on, and I don't see another nurse close, I'm going to pop open that door and say, hey, can I help you with something, or what do you need? So we really work together in a team effort that way to make sure our patients' needs are met the best that we can.
Did Maya appear to be appreciative of these efforts by the nursing staff?
Objection, false speculation.
Did you ever observe Maya Kowalski being appreciative to these efforts you just outlined?
Yes.
Overruled. You can answer that one.
I'm going to say yes. Something that I talked a little bit about child life. So a child life therapist is someone who has special training in helping kids just kind of adjust to being in the hospital or adjust to a new diagnosis. And Child Life runs programs every single day of the week. So we have specific times where they have an open activity center where kids can go do specific arts and crafts that they have a theme for, interact with other patients, that sort of thing. But they also choose to do one-on-one activities with patients as well. And Maya was definitely someone that they did one-on-one activities with. One thing that comes to my mind, especially because I was her nurse that day, they had taken her to bake cupcakes. So when she came back to the floor, she specifically had picked out a cupcake that she wanted to give me. So, I graciously took it, and then she asked me to send in the other nurses so that they could pick out a cupcake too. So little things like that, I really do feel like Maya was appreciative of what we are trying to do for her.
And I understand there were some holiday events that the nursing staff also helped Maya through. She was there for Halloween, Christmas, things of that nature.
Right.
Do you recall anything that you did or the nursing staff did for Halloween, for example?
Okay. For any holiday, we have some really talented nurses on my unit who paint the outside of the doors, so there'll be different caricatures of different holiday themes. So that would have happened for all of the holidays that she was there. Specifically for Halloween, I remember that she wanted to be Harley Quinn. I know her family did help with part of the costume, and then some of the nursing staff helped with some of the makeup that she put on. But one of the days that she was getting ready had her costume on and was getting ready, she was trying to paint was either a number or a word on her face. I'm not 100% at this second. But she was painting it backwards because she was trying to look in a mirror and do it. So I was her nurse that day. So I helped her take it off, and then I held the mirror so that she could get I think it was a word, the lettering correct on her face. So we have like Halloween parades where instead of the kids going trick-or-treating, different departments come to the unit, and then they give kids either candy or other items depending on if they're allowed to have the snacks or not. Thanksgiving, we would have had a Thanksgiving meal. Usually the Rays fund that 100%, so anyone who's in the hospital that day is able to get a free meal, patients, staff, or families. Christmas, at Christmas time, she had now been there for a couple of months. So at this point, I feel like we really knew her, and we had started to recognize like the things that she liked and the things that she preferred not to do, that sort of thing. So our unit has always done a cookie exchange. So each nurse will bring in a dozen of whatever cookie you choose, and then basically you walk away with a dozen of someone else's cookies. So since Maya had been there so long, we actually brought her in and let her be a judge. And then the nurse whose cookie won actually brought her a dozen of that cookie, and then it was just for her. So like that is something we wouldn't have done with just any patient. We definitely included her just to the length of time that she had already been with us, and we just felt like we had a little more of a bond with her.
Now, did Maya have the opportunity to leave her room and go to other parts of the hospital? And if so, can you tell the jury a little bit about the activities that she would do outside of her room?
Yes. So, I mean, no one is ever just like stuck in your room at our hospital. I talked a little bit about Child Life. Child Life ran an activity every day. The activities that they would do are actually, I work on the 7th floor. Their activity center is on the 2nd floor. So we would definitely have to make an effort to get her there. And this happens every day of the week. So even on the weekends, during that time, we were still having our teen volunteers come. So if there was any patient that you wanted to have the ability to leave their room, you basically would call a Child Life number, and then one of the teens would come and pick them up and take them there. We also had music therapy. So music therapy is like an awesome adjunct to our Child Life department because a lot of kids can relate to music, like people in general can relate to music, but it's really soothing for some of our patients. They would have events where she could go and like listen to music, or the person would come to her room and do it with her, again, like on a one-on-one setting. We also have pet therapy. So our pet therapy folks, the dogs have been cleared for their temperament. So they literally come around and they interact with the patients on a one-on-one basis, and the only ask is that the patients, clean their hands with alcohol to, decrease germs, but they're allowed to pet them, and the dog will actually lay its head right up on the bed next to them. So we definitely would have made a lot of opportunities for Maya to not just be in her room.
What about other children that were at the hospital or volunteers? Did Maya have the opportunity to interact with children around her age or her age? Why don't you tell the jury about that?
So we do, on our unit, kids are up in the hallway at any given time, right? So we have a little area that sits in the corner of our unit. It's a big picture window, overlooks the bay. And there's a little seating area there. So like sometimes like kids will sit around there and talk. Again, we really do utilize our Child Life services to help coordinate interactions with other kids. So anytime she would have gone down to the activity center and played bingo, there would have been, a variety of other patients in there at the same time. So she would have had a lot of opportunity to interact with other patients during that time.
And did Maya like going to the activity center?
I really feel like she did.
Did you have an opportunity to observe Maya Kowalski ever practicing her Roman Catholic faith while she was at Old Children's?
Yes.
And what do you remember about that?
So she definitely had a rosary at her bedside. She would occasionally ask you to hand it to her, so she definitely had a rosary. I recall a little vial of holy water. That was also at her bedside. We had an absolutely lovely gentleman. His name was Father Tom. He dressed in the traditional clergy outfit, so black with the white collar. He would come around on the weekends, and I know that he spoke to Maya on occasion. I mean, another thing that I can think of that, like we as nursing did for her is during the Christmas holiday, one of our nurses brought her in an Advent calendar so that she could open, the little section every day and have like little something to look forward to.
Do you have any recollection about Maya having any visitors while she was at Old Children's Hospital for that 3-month period?
Mm-hmm. Visitors, I mean, I definitely remember her dad and her brother.
Would they visit often?
I would say frequently. I mean, I don't know like what his schedule, like how it prevented him from visiting. But during that time in my life, I was working a lot of Friday, Saturday, and Sundays. So I would say definitely they were visiting on one of those days. She also had an aunt and an uncle who visited. I recall a couple of her school-aged friends came one time, and I think one of their mothers brought them for that visit. And then I also remember a school teacher coming to visit her.
Would Maya typically go out of her room for these visits, in the room? Was it a mixture of both?
It would be whatever they wanted to do. I know that I feel like when the school teacher was there, they stayed in her room. But I know when her family visited that they went to the cafeteria. They may have taken her to the activity center. I know that definitely they left the room when her family was visiting.
What about Maya's diet during the period of time that she was there? Did you recall anything about her eating habits and ordering food, things of that nature?
So we have a great program at the hospital. Basically, we have a menu and everything is made a la carte. So it's almost like a restaurant. No one is ever going to bring someone a meal and say, like, this is what you get for breakfast, lunch, or dinner. So Maya had the ability to call a number and order anything that she wanted. So I do recall that she was a little bit of a picky eater. She would occasionally just want to order like white rice, and that's what she would have. But she also ate like smoothies and ice cream, and like she ate a good variety. But I do remember that she was a little bit picky of an eater.
Mr. Anderson's going to cross.
That also makes me think of this. One thing that we did as a nursing team almost is she was ordered to have some vitamins, and I recall that Maya had trouble swallowing pills. So her vitamins came in a liquid form, and if you've never had the opportunity to try a liquid vitamin, it's pretty rough to swallow. So what we did, we figured out for her is if we took a popsicle and melted it almost down to a slushy, we could squirt the vitamin in, it was like a small syringe, into that mixture, and then she could like sip it down that way, so she wouldn't have to just take the vitamins straight.
Now, at any point during the hospitalization, did you come to learn that Maya nominated one of your colleagues for an award for exemplary nursing service?
Yes.
And who was that?
Her name is Lindsay Arenas.
And what was the award that Lindsay Arenas was nominated for by Maya Kowalski?
So it was the Daisy Award. What the Daisy Award is, it's a nursing-only award. The Daisy Foundation was created by a family who had a child who had cancer during his younger years, and then when he was older, I think roughly in his 30s, developed some sort of immunosuppressive issue, and then subsequently passed away from the immunosuppression issue. So they created this foundation to acknowledge nurses who create like special bonds, do exemplary things for their patients, and that is what Lindsay was nominated for.
And how does one go about getting nominated for a Daisy Award by a patient?
So we have, you can do it a couple of ways. There's a paper format, so literally someone can write out what they want, and then they can also submit something online.
I'd like to show you what's in evidence as 3240-001-002 and see if you recognize the document that's going to be coming up on your screen there in front of you.
Okay.
If we could get that on both pages. So what is it that we're looking at here with 32401 and 32401 and 32402?
So the one ending 01 is just talking about what the Daisy Award is, kind of what I talked about.
And then what do we have on page 2 here? And if we could just kind of zoom in on the text that's here so the jury could see it a little better, the handwriting. So what are we looking at here?
So I would say that this is Maya's handwriting describing what she liked about Lindsay.
And I don't know if you're able to make it out, but what are some of the things here that she seems to like about Lindsay?
It looks like she's saying she's very fast, super nice. Example, when I have to use a bathroom or anything, she would come as fast as possible.
And so this would be an example of a patient making
This would be a patient nominating, yes.
Now, I understand you also won a Daisy Award during Maya's hospitalization. You remember that?
Correct.
Tell me a little bit about what it was that you were doing for Maya that led to you winning a Daisy Award during the time in question.
So my nomination came from a fellow staff member. I already talked a little bit about how I would help her with her morning routine frequently.
Sustained.
Did you ever do anything for Maya Kowalski outside of the hospital? Why don't you tell the jury a little bit about that?
So I took her laundry home on 2 occasions, washed it and brought it back to the hospital.
That's cool.
That is because when I was helping her change, she was very low on clothing options. So I wanted to help her have as many choices as possible. So literally I worked on a day, asked her if it was okay if I took them home. She said yes. I went home after working like 13 hours, did her laundry, and came back at 7 the next morning, primarily because I wanted her to have the options. Really, we could have called it a day and just put her in a hospital gown when she ran out of her personal clothing, but I didn't want that to happen.
And when you were nominated for this Daisy Award, was reference made to the fact that you were doing Maya's laundry?
Yes.
Objection. Move to strike.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, get your timer started. Anderson might be standing up. Looks like he is. We've got Cross.
According to the All Children's Hospital medical staff rules and regulations, when you are on shift, you are to complete at least one nursing note. Is that right?
Well, we chart, so yes, we would make an assessment, yes.
Right. Well, it sounds like you and Maya were just really close, right?
I would say, I definitely had a fond place for her, but she was close with a lot of our staff. Mm-hmm. She stayed with us for almost 3 months.
In fact, there were a lot of staff that saw her a heck of a lot more than you did.
Hmm?
In fact, you only saw Maya charting in on 5 occasions. One on November 2nd, one on November 10th, one on November 13th, one on November 20th, and one on December 7th. True?
I would say that's accurate, but I am also the charge nurse every day that I go to work. So as a charge nurse, I am responsible for overseeing the entire floor's status. So I'm a point person for admissions, transfers, discharges. I have an idea of why every patient is in the hospital at the time they are. So even if I wasn't actually taking care of her or charting on her, I would have been helping to oversee her care during that shift.
Anything else? Ma'am, I only ask you whether it's true you charted in seeing her on 5 occasions. How many kids are on that floor?
We run a variety of census, but our max census would be 28.
All right. So now, if you were really close with her, one would expect you to, I guess, be like featured with her. Like when she put up her list of favorite people, would you not be part of it?
I mean, that's Maya's choice.
Can we put up 2364 008 009? For the record, it's the My Care Journal. I think there's 2 pages to it, 08 and 09. You see your name anywhere on that?
No.
All right. And I'm just curious, did you work with Kathy Beatty a lot?
I know who Kathy Beatty is.
Did you ever discuss Maya with her?
No.
Did you ever discuss Maya with anybody from risk management?
No.
Did you ever discuss Maya with anyone on the floor?
I would have talked about Maya to fellow nursing staff.
Mm-hmm. Maya was in 5 different rooms while she was there, was she not?
I'm not 100% sure how many rooms she was in.
All right, well, you worked on the 7th floor, right?
Correct.
Okay. And did Kathy Beatty work on that floor normally?
She was one of the hospital social workers, so she worked on all floors.
Don't hospital social workers get assigned a specific, well, what was the 7th floor known as?
Known as?
Yes. What were the children? Was it the PICU? What was it?
Okay. So I work on a med-surg floor. Our specialty is neuroscience and surgery.
Right. All right. So Kathy Beatty, I think the testimony has been, worked the PICU. Why was Kathy Beatty up on your, what's it called, med-surg?
A medical surgical floor.
Medical surgical floor.
Mm-hmm.
What was she doing up there?
Because social work goes to all the units.
Well, aren't social workers assigned to a specific floor?
They can be, but they will also cross-cover for other areas.
And you were aware that Kathy Beatty was assigned to Maya, right?
I mean, I'm sure she was one of them one of the social workers that took care of Maya.
All right. Maya was pretty modest, you said?
Yes.
So she would definitely find it, in your opinion, offensive to be forced to strip down and have photos taken of her, wouldn't she?
Objection, argument, overruled. You can answer that.
Okay. I mean, I just have no comment on that. I wasn't there the day that it happened, so I wasn't part of that at all.
Well, you spent a lot of time explaining to the jury about how well you knew her and about her modesty. You have no opinion on whether this girl you knew to this extent would find it offensive to be stripped down and have photos taken from her?
Objection, argumentative, speculation.
Overruled. You can answer that.
I do not.
No opinion, huh? All right.
So, no, he's done. That's all he needs.
Let me ask you along those lines, if we could bring up Exhibit 2.5.
You have to.
Hopefully Mr. Whitney is saying you have to sit down. You have to sit down.
I see what you're going to show the witness, Mr. Anderson.
Yes. This is for identification.
We approach this, please.
It's 2597-015.
Looks like they're going to approach right now. This is not going well. I realize I think this is a soft target for the plaintiff. Mr. Anderson has a witness who has painted a very rosy picture that there isn't a lot of evidence supporting, like hard evidence has been introduced that supports that same situation of being there. And I'm not saying that didn't happen, because I mean, I will be the first person to tell you, walking through the halls of a children's hospital bring you to tears. What the nurses have to deal with there, what they do, how they improve not just the lives of the patients there, but the families and everything else. I have a soft spot in my heart for children's hospitals because of that. I think this probably was one of the good nurses. That being said, she wasn't on Maya's list of favorite nurses. She painted the picture like they were best buddies, and you know, this isn't the issue. As Rob said, this isn't the issue. Okay, we're not arguing if there were good nurses or there weren't. And for him to waste time on this, I think what he got from this witness already, with her refusing to even admit that Maya would be uncomfortable being photographed in her underwear. After the nurse said she was so concerned about modesty that even the nurses in the room with the doors closed had to hold up a sheet so she could change behind it while she's getting dressed. I think that right there damaged her credibility enough that they don't need to go any further down this route and waste any more precious minutes on it. KQD, I'm not sure exactly about the running out of time here. I think either Rob on civil law, a lawyer you know, has provided great information on this as well. When they run out of time, in theory, they can't cross anymore. They can't, you know, they've run out of time. The time before the jury, they've spent it all. It's not that they haven't had enough time. It's that they used their time doing other things instead of what they want to do. It can't go on forever. So I don't know if the closing argument is separate, if that's like a different allotment, but it is concerning, because if the defense still has time, they can keep using it. The judge can't say, well, plaintiff's out of time, so defense, you're done. The defense gets to keep calling witnesses, and then they just get to present all their side without anything else. So it would be like the reverse of the Taking Care of Maya movie, is what we'd see here in court.
Cameras mounted in the ceiling of some of the rooms on your floor.
Yes.
Were there cameras mounted in the ceiling of almost all of the rooms on your floor?
No, it's a portion of the rooms.
They what?
It's a portion of the rooms.
All right. And so are you aware of whether cameras in Maya's room were working or not?
Object. Foundations, characterization of facts and evidence, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
I would say yes.
Right. So there was an ability then, if they wanted to, let's strike it. Were the camera feed outs going to the nursing station?
No.
Where would they go, if you know?
There would have been like a central monitoring room of some sort.
All right. And do you happen to know if the central monitoring room had the ability to record any data from the cameras?
That I'm not sure of.
Okay. And were you involved in the transportation of Maya to a surveillance room? No. A surveillance room?
No.
Yes. Fine.
Mr. Hughes.
Nurse Rack, on the 7th floor, are there some rooms that are known as seizure monitoring rooms?
There are, yes.
And do those rooms have video capability?
They have video and audio capability.
Thank you very much for your time. Best of luck.
Plaintiff used 10 minutes on that. Jury questions coming up next.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Members of the jury, do any of you have any questions?
Good job, Cricket S, on the timer. That is very precise. We're going to see how many questions they have. We are monitoring the Zoom feed. If the jurors are excused, which I don't think they are being, it looks like they're not being excused. The witness is still there, so we're not going to hear the audio on this one, apparently, which means there's probably not very many questions. They're going to cover it just at the bench with everyone there. That's an interesting question, Ashley. The defense was very much, they were adamant that this adding 4 extra hours to both sides harmed them, was very harmful. I think the judge disagreed, but he would adding any more time, he might be more on their side on that. Yesterday, there was a lot of time spent by the jury. I was surprised actually that the plaintiff didn't come in this morning and Mr. Anderson say, "Hey, that last witness, that's a doozy. That just eats a chunk of our time, and can we get half an hour back?" But that hasn't come up yet. We'll see if that comes up later on. Make sure to subtract sidebars from the timer. Yeah, this time right here, this jury time, I'm not sure if the deliberation at the sidebar is counted, but definitely the time that the jury is asking questions of the witness is split between both sides evenly. And let me just say this while we've got a little break. I realize we've got quite a crowd here. We'd ask you to keep your comments as relevant as possible to the court case, and also let's please be respectful. We've got people who come from all different experiences. They come with different biases. We encourage you to share those opinions, but let's not attack people on their looks. Let's not attack people for their name. Let's not make jokes at other people's expense. We're trying to learn and watch this together in a respectful way. So I'd ask you guys, please, to if you do see somebody who does say something wrong in chat is outside the lines, let's just let the mods handle it instead of making a discussion in chat about it. Our mods are very talented. We're working them to the bone, but at the same time, they'll take care of it, and we'll get it sorted out. We don't need to have a back and forth. If there's somebody that just rubs you the wrong way, every time their comment comes up in chat, it just bristles. You go the whole scared cat thing or whatever. You could block them individually, and that way you will never see their messages, and that's an acceptable thing to do if you just find that you just can't work with each other. That would be much better than trying to take the argument to chat back and forth, because that does cause problems for everybody. And thank you, mods, by the way. Absolutely incredible work. I could not thank you enough. Wait till the jury questions for Beatty and Smith. That will be very insightful. I think there will be a lot of questions. The jury doesn't know yet that they're coming, okay? That we know. The jury doesn't know. They've seen them on deposition, and there's only one other witness I think that we saw on deposition that came in in person already. So I'm not sure. That might be a surprise to them. Plaintiff plans to call Sally Smith on Thursday. That must mean they expect defense to be done by then, right? Plaintiff is not calling Sally Smith, Little Miss. The defense is calling Sally Smith. The defense is also calling Miss Beatty, and they're calling her on, let's see, Sally Smith on Thursday, Miss Beatty on Monday is the tentative plan right now. Verge, I hear you. I'm all about freedom of speech. I'm a big supporter of that. Unfortunately, some words hurt us. YouTube punishes us for words being used in chat, and it does cause problems for the channel. So we do try to limit our speech in a little way, just so it can be constructive and still be able to share different opinions. But I appreciate you. Thanks for being here. Joe, my channel, I'm a big true crime addict. I love following court cases. I'm not a lawyer. I love watching all the amazing lawyers we have on LawTube. Their insight is incredible. We've got Rob, we've got Melanie Little, we've got Kurt from Uncivil Law. I think most of them were in chat either yesterday or today. We've got a few lawyers here that have been longtime friends of the program. Goodman Law Firm and out west. We've got Matthew Harris Law from Texas, one of our great mods as well. I love having that legal analysis to be able to watch something and have a question, be able to have it broken down for us, because lawyering is hard. There's a reason it takes a lot of school to prepare, and why it's so difficult to pass the bar. It's hard work, and it takes a lot of practice and training and learning. And the terminology, they have their own language. It's sometimes it seems like a foreign language. And every state, when you go from one state to another state, they have different precedents. So we've got Fabre issues here in Florida. They'd call it something else in another state. So you have to learn a lot, and having that expertise available to us on YouTube is just amazing. So I'm a big fan of that. But we cover a lot of court cases. We're going to be covering Sarah Boone. We're looking at BK, possibly being at BK. We're going to cover Corey Richens. I've filed with the court and been granted media access to that court. So I'll probably be in Utah for that trial when that begins. And we'll
Members of the jury, I'm going to be able to ask almost all of your questions.
Ooh, goody.
It was and this is the question, it was kind of you to take home Maya's laundry, but do you think you overstepped boundaries as a nurse?
So, I think that's really a tough call for me, because I kind of spoke to it earlier. I could have called it a day and just put her in a gown, because we have tons of clean linen at the hospital. But I really felt letting Maya have a choice in her outfit for the day would make a difference. So that is why I took her clothes home.
Did you reach out to her parents to ask permission to take home her laundry to wash, or did you ask DCF if you could take home the laundry to wash?
I'll be honest, I did not do either of those things.
Did you call her parents to tell them she needed clean clothes and they asked you to wash her clothes?
We did let her dad know that she was running low on clothing, but I did not ask permission to wash her clothes.
Is it protocol to use a gait belt with a fall risk patient at your hospital?
Yes, it can be for certain patients, yes.
Did you ever observe Maya wearing skinny jeans?
I don't really recall her wearing jeans, more so like shorts and like athletic shorts sort of stuff, like jean shorts, athletic shorts.
If you received an order from a doctor that was above hospital protocol parameters, would you question those orders, and would that be documented in the medical record?
I guess I need a better example of what that means.
Okay, is there anything else on your answer to that?
No, if there was something that I was really worried about or didn't seem to fit what was going on with the patient, I would definitely make contact with the doctor, but I would need a specific example to.
How often? Okay, I'm sorry. Were you finished? I apologize. Didn't mean to speak over you. How often, as the bedside or charge nurse, did you communicate with Kathy Beatty about Maya's care or needs?
I don't recall having many conversations with her at all. The things that Kathy would have kept us informed about would be like any changes related to the DCF plan, or like changes in if she could have different visitors, or if those are the types of things that social work would inform nursing staff about. So it would be more as a as-needed basis.
Did Maya have bad days where she just stayed in bed?
I would say like she would have some days that probably started off a little rougher than others. I don't recall her staying 100% in bed. I think at that point we would be reaching out to our friends in like child life, like pet therapy, music therapy, doing something to try and bring her mood up.
Would you say Maya was a good patient or troubling?
No, I mean, I don't have any bad memories of Maya's time with us. She was a beautiful, smart little girl. She was definitely a good patient.
When Maya was in the video observation room for, I believe, 2 days, were you the floor nurse for Maya during those 48 hours?
I was not.
Did you or a different floor nurse, if not you, keep the morning routine flowing, or was that morning routine interrupted?
I mean, I can't speak for what someone else's practice was during that time.
While Maya was in the video observation room, did you or the floor nurse for that area, if not you, did that nurse make their daily notes in Maya's file?
They should have been charting a daily assessment and activities.
After Maya was returned to a regular room from the video observation room, were you still, or once again, become Maya's floor nurse?
So yes, again, I definitely take care of patients, and I definitely am the charge nurse. So as a charge nurse, I kind of have an over view of everyone on the floor. So nursing doesn't happen as you're assigned to this patient and you're the only one who takes care of them during your shift. We really work together, and if Maya would need something, if her call light comes on, if someone's walking down the hall, someone might just pop in her room and say hi. Like, that's a common occurrence for every patient on our in the hospital, I would say, and especially our unit, because we have an amazing team.
I'm sorry, I forgot if I asked this question, and if I did, just tell me and I'll move on. After Maya was returned to a regular room from the video observation room, were you still, or once again, became Maya's floor nurse?
I mean, I would have taken care of her after she was back in a regular room.
Did you make any review of the observation room nurse's notations?
No. I mean, I wouldn't have had any reason to do that.
Were you Maya's floor nurse from the time she was out of the emergency room until she was discharged from the hospital?
So I was one of the nurses who helped care for her. She initially, when she left the emergency room, she went to an ICU setting. And then when the ICU had cleared her is when she was transferred out to my unit.
Was Maya from October to January always on the same floor, just different rooms, or did Maya float to different rooms and different floors?
I mean, outside of moving from the ICU setting to the med-surg setting, I believe once she got to 7 North that she stayed on our unit. We also have a policy that says every 30 days a patient has to move to a new room, and it gives like our housekeeping staff a good opportunity to really like deep clean the room to keep our germs down as much as we can.
As a floor nurse, was it part of your job or routine to make daily notes into her medical file?
If I was actually assigned to her as her floor nurse, yes, I would have been charting on her.
When, if ever, did you last speak to counsel before your testimony today?
At some point, like yesterday evening, I talked to. They were just making sure like I knew where I was coming and that sort of thing.
Thank you very much. Mr. Hughes, do you have any follow-up questions?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Anderson, do you have any follow-up questions?
Were you involved, ma'am, in Jack Kowalski's attempts to get a Christmas dress to Maya?
I don't recall anything about that.
Did Kathy Beatty tell you that the Kowalskis, that is Beata and Jack, kept parental rights as to medical decisions?
Objection, hearsay.
Or admission?
Overruled.
So I don't recall having that specific conversation with Kathy.
As a floor nurse or the nurses underneath you, were you responsible if there was going to be a procedure, surgery, or whatever, with getting the signed consent forms from parents?
So any procedure requires consent. That is correct. So at that point, the first step for any nurse would be to go to the chart,
right,
figure out who has the ability to sign the consent, and then that's the person we would reach out to.
Okay. And were you involved in trying to get any consent for the port removal of Maya?
I was not, no.
Were you involved in obtaining the consent for taking photographs of her without most of her clothing on?
I was not.
Were you involved in obtaining consent for Maya being placed in that surveillance room for 48 hours?
I was not.
And you were prepped by defense counsel for how many hours total over the past month?
Like maybe one. That wasn't very long at all.
Okay, including all emails and other communications?
I mean, okay, so if I include emails, maybe like 5 emails, a handful, yeah.
And did Kathy Beatty or anyone, any nurse, ever tell you that there was a belief that Maya could actually walk?
No.
Okay.
Mr. Hughes?
Nothing from my end, Your Honor.
So he's going to total 12 minutes, 45 seconds on this witness. Looks like we have more questions from the jury. There may be a clarification. There was one question that seemed very clear that the judge asked about if you got an order above and beyond what should be there, would you question it? If there's a doctor's order, would you question that? And she's like, I need a better example. And the judge sort of almost asked it again, because the question was pretty clear. At least it seemed that way to the judge. And says, are you sure? Is there anyone you want to add to that? And she didn't really answer this. I'm wondering if the juror is going to give a more specific question to try to probe that line of questioning a little bit better. And thank you, Rob. Rob, who's doing trial prep today, just gifted 10 memberships. Now he's off working. Thank you very much. Appreciate that, Rob. You've been most generous. The time-wise, Mr. Anderson used 12 minutes and 46 seconds on this witness. So he's down to 6 hours and 4 minutes by my math that he has left for the rest of the day. I'm just going to show the number of objections, how that lines up with your guesses for how many will be in this trial, but it's flickering on me. Oh, here we go. Let's see if I can get this. DSK1. DSK. Okay, it's flashing. Yeah. On air. There we go. Let's quickly scroll down through. Yeah, it's glitching out on me, so hold on one second. 1364 is where we're at right now, so we're scrolling through all the guesses. 1364 puts us... Sorry, M. Young, I just saw your name flash by. Right here. Colleen Kelly, Carissa York, Liz R. That's where we're at, roughly. Scott I is coming up. The Creative B, Debbie. That's where we are on the guesses as far as objections. Little legalese. Yes, he does have to discredit her testimony, but I think he did that effectively, and he could have stopped right at the point when he asked the question in cross about Maya's modesty and how that would be a problem with her getting photographed in her underwear, basically. Her answer with not being able to reply to that, and I'd have nothing to say. I couldn't tell you whether or not, with the closeness that I built up with Maya over these months of her being in the hospital, I would have no idea if that would be a problem or not. That right there was, I think, a point he could have stopped, and that was what, 6 minutes in. Could have saved half his time, maybe.
Nurse, there's a few more questions. Did you observe Kathy Beatty sitting on Maya's bed?
No, not that I recall.
Did you observe Kathy Beatty listening to Maya's phone calls?
No.
Was not Maya told there were some kids she was not allowed to talk to?
I mean, we wouldn't have restricted her from talking to people. Like fellow patients, for sure.
We're having a real hard time here.
Yeah. So she would not have been restricted from talking to other patients.
Can we move the microphone a little bit closer to her?
Better.
Clarifying when Maya returned to your care after the 48 hours away from your care. Were you not curious to know what happened while out of your realm and review anything, quote, notable, end quote, that happened while Maya was gone?
So first of all, Maya never left our unit. She was just moved to a different room within the unit. So outside of just moving from one room to another room, nothing changed. It's really not nursing's place to make a diagnosis or order new testing. So at that point, we would have been relying on our physician staff to determine what information they were hoping to get from watching her on the video.
Mr. Hughes, anything further?
One moment.
I think some of the things they elicited from this witness in direct testimony did not play as well with the jury as the defense had hoped it would. Specifically, the clothing, washing the clothes, at least with one juror member. I do think it was a nice gesture. Is it risky with in the day of this modern litigation where everyone sues over everything?
Members of the jury,
it was a nice gesture.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, Judge. Yes, sir.
And released from subpoenas?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, members of the jury, I know you've only been in for an hour and 10 minutes, but we've been here a little bit longer than that, so I think this is going to be a good time for us to take a
Jules is going to be calling us
break.
on this
Let's
break.
try to keep this to 10 minutes. Do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Do not do any investigation.
She's bringing her notes.
And receive no information.
All rise. Jurors exiting.
Let's see if the judge says anything here. She'll probably call from the hallway here. Just 1 second. I'm going to leave the webinar to free up the phone.
The jury's out of our presence. Any issues we need to address before we go on break?
Just briefly, Judge. I didn't mention it yesterday during the deposition, during the testimony of Dr. Dees. Plaintiffs' counsels tend to be loud and occasionally laugh. I would remind the court that they requested to be next to the jury. During the nurse's testimony, again, they were a little disruptive. And I'm just asking for consideration from the other counsel that when we're on direct to not be making derogatory looks, comments, gestures. They're right next to the jury at their request. And next time I'll stand up and ask to approach. But it's been a theme.
Don't need to say anything. We're not.
Okay, well, everyone heard it, so let's just try our best, everybody, to keep our facial expression. And I need to say this, everyone needs to remember that the microphones are very sensitive. So when we
staple something next to the microphone, clip a pen, hit it with our arm, sigh. It really is, everyone ends up hearing it. So let's try to remember that. I know there's microphones all over the place and everyone has to do the best, but let's try to remember that as well. Okay, let's take 10 minutes.
All right, so we have a 10-minute break here. Jules is going to try to call us here during this break. She's been observing in the courtroom. She takes meticulous notes. Okay, she has probably more notes than all the jurors combined. But I think she's trying to call right now. Anyway, so we'll free up the phone for her. She's going to be calling in on the burner phone. The stapler was getting called out, but it's not the stapler. I mean, the judge doesn't like the stapler sound. I think that's quite triggering to him when there's a loud noise right by the microphone. But more of the problem is that the judge has ordered that the counsel talking amongst themselves, amongst their own team, or to each other is not allowed to be picked up by the microphones, and it can't be carried on the stream. And so the audio engineers who are working this, they have several different mics in the courtroom. They have one big floor mic that picks up sort of all the noise, and it sounds. Oh, Jules is calling in now. Hang on just one second.
From Jules.
Hey, Jules. This is Scott. How are you doing?
Hey. Good, thanks. How about you?
Good. I saw you have your notes with you. We saw you leave.
Oh, you saw me leave?
Yeah, we saw you leave.
There's nothing sacred.
Nothing.
Yeah, jurors 3, 6, 7, and 11 were the ones asking the questions. I'm not going to lie. The jury liked her.
Okay.
They liked her, plain and simple.
That's interesting. There was one juror who was asking questions about, did you ask permission about taking the clothes home? That seemed to be that little part didn't resonate with them as much as the defense did, but she was a nice nurse. I mean, she's describing making kids' lives better in a tough situation. And honestly, all over the country, in hospitals all over the country, you're going to find nurses like that who that is their goal, and they're trying to help. Do you think?
And that was juror number 11, just so you know.
Jury 11 that didn't like the clothing being washed thing?
Well, the one that asked, the one that was asking about, did you ask permission, to take the clothes home and all that? That was number 11.
Okay. Let me ask you this. We found out from Rob, who found out from lawyer Pete Tragos, that there are going to be 6 jurors that are deliberating, and that the alternates have already been selected. Do we know? Does the judge know, or is it the first 6 that are going and the second 6 that are not, or is it?
No,
it was random.
No, that's not that. It was random draw. Yes, the judge and the lawyers and the people that were in the courtroom once the jury was impaneled know, but the jurors themselves do not know. Right.
So this is interesting. And we don't know because we weren't there for jury selection. At least I was not.
Well, I know, I know for sure which one of them is, but I prefer not to say at this time. But I do know one. The other 5, I have not been made aware yet. And I don't know if you addressed this or not, but I do know that people were asking, what does red number 1, red number 2, all of that mean? Did I already tell you this?
No, go ahead. I put a guess out there, but go ahead.
Okay. All right. What that is, it's not the color red. It's the word READ. Okay? It's that word, red. And the numbers are how many sheets of paper that the questions came in on. So red number 1 is like a correct.
Okay. And those questions, they go into the file. They stay with the court. They don't get handed back to the juror, correct?
No. There is a special file folder that I could see that when it's done, he hands those papers over to the clerk, and the clerk puts them in there's a folder. Yes.
By the time
they're all there.
this trial ends, they're going to need a special filing cabinet for all the questions. There was so many yesterday.
You got that right.
That is amazing. As far as attendees in court today, who all from the family is going to be here, or is it there right now? Do you know?
There's no one from the fam. Oh, you mean the Kowalskis themselves? The kids are not here. The kids are not here. Okay. I spoke to Jack this morning, and it's a little unclear if they're going to be here today or not. He is leaving the decision up to them, but yesterday was a rough day for the kids.
I can imagine. Yeah. And tomorrow they're going to have Sally Smith on the stand.
Well, you know what?
What?
You know what? I'm starting to second guess that now, because yesterday they said she was going to be here tomorrow, but today there has been no mention of her name whatsoever. None.
So we'll see if they go ahead with that, because I'm sure the jury will have a million questions if Sally Smith and Kathy Beatty, who they said possibly could be on the stand on Monday. I'm not sure if they're just dangling that out to, because they do that. This is a chess match. Sometimes you say things just to make the other side go all up in arms and spin their wheels. But there's a possibility both could be there. There's a possibility neither one are called. Some of these decisions are made at the last minute.
They are, and now, and remember they said they were calling Dr. Hannah. Well, now that's changed. Now they want to use Dr. Hannah's depot.
Yeah, and they can switch. A depot is just as valid as a witness in person. It's just already been gathered, and I know it seems it does cut the jury out, and that's a huge thing for the defense. It cuts the jury questions out.
It does.
But other than that, it's just the jurors themselves consider it just as if the witness was there in person.
Yeah, and the jurors, once again, they all seem in a really good mood. They're all dressed in bright colors today, which was, I don't know, if something special is going on today, but
do you think
usually, some of them, they seem to be color coordinated. Except for my number 7 dude. He's in a bright orange shirt. Again, though, that's something out of the ordinary for him. But yeah, they're all dressed rather spiffy today, and you usually don't see something like that unless they're doing their verdicts and that they're gonna be coming in. So, and that's the other thing. I know people were asking about when it goes to the jury, how is that going to work? Here, I did confirm this. It has to be unanimous. All 6 have to agree. And then after, say if they do find for the Kowalskis, then they have to go back and then that's when they decide how much.
Yeah, the punitive damages. It's a lot like in a criminal trial where they can find guilt and then they go back and they have a punishment phase where it's a separate phase. It'll be very short in this trial. I don't think if they do find, for the Kowalskis, I think that next phase will be very short. We'll have basically a couple people that are just math guys. They're putting numbers up on the screen and saying, this is what we think you should come to. But that should be really quick.
Just so you know, when it does go to the jury, I'm not leaving the courthouse. So the minute that there's some activity going on, I will text you.
You're taking up residence. Bring a sleeping bag, a tent in the hallway, whatever you need.
I'm not leaving. But as soon as I because from what I understand, if there's any kind of movement, the judge will be sending a notice to the lawyers, and so I'll know. And I will text you and say, there's movement and you might want to get online. Yeah. Okay?
That's wonderful. Jules, let me ask you one more question before you go. I know they're going back to court here soon. Sometimes in long trials, the jury sort of starts showing signs of fatigue, that, the days get long and there's a lot of monotonous testimony and things like that. Is this jury showing any sign that they would rather be anywhere else but here?
No. No.
Wow.
They're not. They're not at all. I mean, every time they come into the courtroom, especially especially juror number 1. She is all smiles, and 3 is all smiles too. But I mean, generally they all, no, I don't get that from them at all.
Wow.
Not yet, anyway.
Well, and we're nearing the end. I mean, we were talking about, dates that the defense might rest. And so we're, the end is in sight. There's a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel. But
yeah.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Jules, thank you very much once again.
You're very welcome.
We couldn't.
If I could get to you at lunch, if I could get to you at mid-afternoon break, I will.
Okay. Sounds great. Thank you so much.
All right.
Look forward to hearing from you.
You're welcome.
Bye.
All right. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, Jules. That is wonderful. Oh, well, lover, sorry, the question just came in. I don't know. I have not heard from either side. Usually the request for sequestration comes from one side or the other. In a civil trial, I don't know if that's normal in Florida. I don't know if that's even an option at this point. But we'll have to see. They've only got a couple days of deliberation, so it would be basically 2 or 3 nights in a hotel, and then some long days. All right, let me get the Zoom back up here. Just one second. All right. Are we sure the jury has to be unanimous? People, for real, what we've heard, we found that out through Rob from Law and Lumber, and he had reached out to Peter Tragos, a friend of his who runs a little channel called The Lawyer You Know, who happens to have the best hair in all of LawTube. I'm sorry, everybody else. Emily D. Baker's a close second, but Pete Tragos has the best hair.
Seated, everybody.
Wait, that's what we heard from him, and he's down there. He practices in this area.
Any issues we need to address before we bring in the jury?
I have a chance to talk to counsel, and Sally Smith, we had thought Judge was going to be considerably longer than she is. We're just going to confirm that both sides are staying away from anything having to do with Chapter 39, and so hopefully she'll be shorter. That may present some problems for timing for them, but
Judge, first of all, not my witness, but I did share that we understood that we're not.
Mr. Hunter's not here.
We are not waiting for him. He had other issues that he had to deal with, but that we understood we're not going to go into detail of her report or anything, but that we could get into her role, what her role was, etc. So yes, we agreed that her testimony is probably considerably shorter than we had anticipated given the workload.
Well, I would imagine that we're going to have some discussions at sidebar during her testimony.
I would think that there will be questions also from the jury. So, yes, it may take longer than we think.
Anything else before we bring the jury back in?
Not from the defense trial.
So maybe Sally Smith is in. They're anticipating questions. Sorry, this microphone is the poor microphone. It picks up everything in the courtroom, but it does not get the whispers from the counsel table as well. So when this microphone is on, it's usually because the defense counsel or the plaintiff's counsel has been whispering in front of their microphones. Oftentimes when you hear that little when that noise goes away, they've switched to just the mic on, like right there. Now they turn down all the volume. But they can switch back and forth. And the audio guy should be on it. So I know. By saying Peter has a small channel, I was joking. He's a huge force to be reckoned with on YouTube.
Welcome back. Please be seated. I want to confirm while you're away, you did not discuss this case, you did not do any investigation, receive no information. Is that all correct? Correct. And that no one approached you about this case, is that correct? Correct. And you did not see any media coverage, is that correct? Correct. Defense, your next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. We call Mark Anderson.
Stand here and face the court. Raise your right hand.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
This is the first Shapiro's done since he sort of stepped in it the other day.
If it may please the court. Good morning, sir. If you could introduce yourself to the jury.
Good morning. My name is Mark Anderson.
Okay. The other Mr. Anderson. I wish the court reporter luck. So, yeah, no relation to the gentleman sitting behind me, correct?
No.
Okay.
Correct.
We got the hard part out of the way. All right. Can you tell the jury, what do you do for work?
Right now, I'm semi-retired. I do some consulting for a medical device company.
Okay, so let's take you back. Was there a time where you served in executive leadership at a children's hospital?
Yes, from the year 1980 to 2000, I was employed by Children's Hospital of Wisconsin. While I was there, I had a variety of senior management roles. When I first started there, this was after I had completed a master's degree in health and hospital administration. I first went there as the department director for the admissions and ambulatory services department. I served in that capacity for a couple of years, and then I moved into a role of vice president for clinical and support services for Children's of Wisconsin. That entailed the departments of laboratory, medical records, pharmacy, x-ray, material services, housekeeping. Basically everything other than nursing reported to me at that point in time. In the year 1991, I became the executive vice president and chief operating officer of Children's of Wisconsin.
Okay, so I'm going to take you a little bit backwards now. Where did you achieve your undergraduate degree?
I went to the University of Alabama in Tuscaloosa and received a commerce and business degree that was concentrated in healthcare management.
Okay. And what did you do after you graduated from the University of Alabama?
I worked full-time for a year or so at Children's Hospital of Alabama, which is located in Birmingham.
Okay. And what title did you have there?
While there, I was also the director of ambulatory services in the emergency department.
Did you obtain any graduate degrees at the University of Alabama, Birmingham?
In 1980, I received my Master's of Hospital and Health Administration from the University of Alabama, Birmingham. Subsequent to that, a number of years, in the year 2012, I returned and I received a doctorate in health administration from the University of Alabama, Birmingham.
And was it after that you went to Children's Hospital of Wisconsin?
It was after my master's degree.
And was there a time that you obtained any other degrees? I believe you obtained a degree in theology, is that right?
Right. Serving at Milwaukee, I had done a lot of volunteer work in various countries abroad, both volunteer work but also medical missions work. And I got fascinated by some of the work that I was doing, so I returned and in 1997 received a degree, a Master's of Arts degree in theological studies from McCormick Seminary in Chicago, Illinois.
What years were you at Children's Hospital of Wisconsin?
From 1980 to 2000.
And what did you do after you left Children's Hospital of Wisconsin?
In the year 2000, I relocated to Virginia, and I worked for a not-for-profit, non-governmental organization called Project Hope. Project Hope did overseas training for health professionals, and I was a management officer at Project Hope, overseeing the areas of Asia and the Middle East.
Was there a time that you started working for an organization, the Society for International Health?
The Center for International Health, from 2003 till 2010. The Center for International Health was in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. It was a consortium of academic and medical institutions. It did the same type of work Project Hope did. It did health training for health professionals overseas. I was the CEO of that organization.
Okay. And was there a time through your professional or volunteer work that you had the opportunity to go overseas and work with Mother Teresa?
Indeed, in 1991, I was doing medical mission work, and I spent time in Calcutta working for Mother Teresa's organization, the Sisters of Charity, in their home for the dying indigent patients.
And was there a time in your professional volunteer work that you had the opportunity to work with Bishop Desmond Tutu?
In the mid-90s through about 2015, I had multiple involvements with the Archbishop in some of the work that he was doing in South Africa relative to refugees and also providing medical supplies to his organization.
So going back to your education and training, did you achieve a doctorate in health administration?
I did in the year 2012 from University of Alabama, Birmingham.
And after you completed your work around the country and overseas, have you since returned, or did you since return to the Tampa Bay area and work in any capacity while here?
After working in the Center for International Health, after I received my doctorate degree, I stepped back into hospital administration in the United States, working first at Jacksonville, Florida for Shands Hospital, which is part of the University of Florida, and then 2 years after that working for Tampa General Hospital in Tampa General for 4 years as the Senior Administrator for Ambulatory Services Development.
Turning to this case, I retained you to look at the materials available to determine whether All Children's Hospital had appropriate organizational structures for patient safety. Is that true?
Correct.
And just to go over some of the records that I sent you, did you have a chance to review organizational charts?
Correct.
Did you have a chance to review depositions, including those of Dr. Mueller, Dr. Perno? Is that correct?
I did.
Did you have a chance to review Kathy Betty's testimony?
I did.
Did you have a chance to review the human resources file of Miss Betty?
I did.
Did you have a chance to review medical records from All Children's?
I did.
Did those include both during times of admission and attempts to transfer?
Yes, it did.
Did you have a chance to review policies and procedures from All Children's Hospital?
I did.
Did you have the chance to either review or observe the testimony of the plaintiff's expert, Joe Corcoran?
I did.
Okay. How much have you charged for your services to date, if you can approximate that?
I believe $5,600.
Okay. So let's talk a little bit based on your training and experience and your review of the records to date. How does a hospital like All Children's function tied into its affiliation with an academic medical center?
Children's hospitals basically are entities that perform as a safety net for pediatric care. Most children's hospitals in the United States are a part of academic medical centers, which means they're complex entities because there are different objectives that academic medical centers have. They have an education mission, they have a research mission, but their primary mission is clinical care. And because of so many different missions, though, you have a complex organization where there are competing interests sometimes for resources, for activities, and all manner of funding and activities. But where the academic centers come together and integrate most effectively is in the area of clinical care. And that happens really at the bedside. because that's really where the primary mission exists. How to treat the patient, how to do what's best for them, how to relocate them out of the hospital back into home situations in the best manner that can be achieved. It's difficult. Children's hospitals are unique from other perspectives in the sense that...
And let me give you a question on that. What's unique about how a children's hospital would operate versus how an adult hospital would operate?
Children's hospitals are institutions that basically have the sole mission of trying to deal with the lives of children. And so they're geared towards comprehensively looking at the needs of children. And one of the things that those of us who have a history in children's hospitals like to say is that children really are not small adults. They have different needs and different requirements. They are not able, in some cases, to be able to tell you where they hurt or what their conditions are because of their age-specific status. The medications that they might receive smaller doses because of their size and weight and characteristics like that. The equipment that treats them is different, again, because of size and specifics. So there are a lot of issues associated with children's hospitals that make them unique and different in and of themselves.
The jury's heard the concept of silos in hospitals. Can you tell the jury how each individual silo, from physician, nursing, social work, how they would be subject to a quality review process?
The silos refer a little to what I was referring to earlier in terms of the education mission, for example, or research or clinical care. And the way that organizations such as academic medical centers begin to look at quality, they develop quality plans. So they're departmental specific activities that are annualized, and each and every department will have a specific series of objectives to meet quality care goals that are established for the organization as a whole. Physician components from the medical staff will have their own degree of goals and objectives that they have. They attend grand rounds in academic centers where there are teaching components. They are in the continuing learning process as faculty members and students. Each of the separate departments within a hospital will have their own specific quality assurance plan defined for their specific entity. And that will translate all the way down into specific quality activities that will be embedded in each employee's annual review. So it's a process that has an annual quality assurance and improvement plan for the organization, stepping down to the specific entities that are part of that, whether it be medical staff or hospital staff, and then down to the specific departments, and then all the way down to the individual.
So let's talk a little bit about the annual review process. In your review of the files that I've sent you, did you notice whether Kathy Beatty in social work was subject to annual reviews?
Yes, I reviewed a number of her human resource reviews, yes.
And did you notice that she had been an employee of All Children since about 2009?
Correct.
And did you have a chance to review her performance reviews in 2015 and 2016?
I did.
And how does a performance review work at a hospital? Who's doing the review, if you could talk about that in the Care 360 model?
And each individual will be reviewed by their immediate supervisor. And as part of an annual review, several things happen. One, you review the past year's activities of that employee. So there's a review of what's happened. And then the second part of the review is really setting forth what are going to be the goals and objectives for that employee going forward. In Ms. Beatty's annual reviews, for the year that she was being reviewed, she was evaluated by her direct supervisor on a series of previously agreed on objectives that she would try and meet.
Yeah, objection, Your Honor. You need to post on it.
Okay, so that objection came from Mr. Anderson, which means that Mr. Anderson is going to be the one that's crossing this witness. So the objection has to come from the person who's crossing. So it will be Anderson versus Anderson if he chooses to spend some time on the cross here. This is interesting. This witness was probably called up to address that allegation that has to do with the improper training of the hospital employees. So yes, he sounds like he's the right guy for that. He's a management guy. He's not in the weeds of providing medical services as far as the day-to-day what a doctor would do. But he's a big wig. He's at the top. He's doing with the numbers. He's dealing with compliance and laws and clearly he's got a network that's quite impressive because it includes Mother Teresa. Not many people can claim that, but he's got some great connections. He's worked with a lot of doctors. He's talking about he worked with the Center for International Health. The Children's Hospital of Alabama. I saw the Roll Tide messages there. A lot of years of experience there. He's still tied. He's still business. The medical device side, that's just to say that, yes, I currently am employed. He's not here to testify about TENS units. Okay, I think that's the area where he might be, and somebody made that comment. I might be wrong. But he's not here to talk about medical devices. He's here to talk about the training. He's about the employee side, the employee management side of the hospital, and hopefully, for the defense at least, get into something that would demonstrate that the hospital was not negligent in how they went about monitoring and training and reviewing their employees' performance. It might seem like dry testimony a little bit. It might seem difficult to sit through because it is. I mean, it's not the gripping facts that we've had from many other witnesses, but this is very pertinent in it. And for the hospital, there's a lot of money on the line for this specific allegation. So we'll see what comes of this.
Thank you, Your Honor. Going back to the performance reviews, did you have a chance to see whether in Ms. Betty's annual reviews, whether she met the standards of care for her review?
Yes. Her reviews reflected that she was evaluated as having met and exceeded the different elements of her review. There was also a component of the review process that is referred commonly to a 360-degree process. And what that entails is really a portion of an employee's review consists of an evaluation by their peers in their department. So Ms. Beatty's her review reflected that she was viewed and evaluated excellently and met the thresholds of her peers.
And the jury has previously seen that Ms. Beatty did have a verbal write-up in 2016. Were you provided that?
I was, and the record reflected that she had a verbal altercation with another employee. She was given an oral warning, but not a written warning, and she apologized to the employee that was involved, and that was how it was reflected in her record.
And other than that, in her personal file from 2009 through what you reviewed through the operative time of 2017, did you see any other verbal or written warnings of any sort?
No.
Okay. And then in terms of the structure, is it your understanding that social work would report to integrated patient care and then to nursing? Is that what your understanding is?
Correct.
Okay. And there would be chains of command if there were concerns that could be elevated up further, if there were concerns. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. So let's get back a little bit to the overall process of review by the hospital. In terms of quality review, does all children's, are they required to have a quality review process?
Yes. Most organizations choose to go through a quality process that is a accreditation and review process by the Joint Commission on Accreditation of Hospitals.
Yeah, let me interrupt you there. So I'll have you explain what the Joint Commissions are, but is all children's audited by federal agencies to ensure that they are in compliance with safety plans?
Yes.
And who is that?
It is the Joint Commission as one body, and it could be others as well.
And explain to the jury, if you can, who the Joint Commissions are and what their role is.
The Joint Commission is an organization that was set up 70 or 80 years ago. It is an accreditation and evaluation organization. Its purpose in being set up was to try and standardize the way hospitals provide care across the country. And it identifies for each and every department of a hospital a series of standards of quality that are evaluated on a routine basis by surveyors from the Joint Commission. Typically, the Joint Surveyor Commissioners, reviewers come in every 3 years. However, they can come in on a spot check basis, randomized basis. Usually, a survey will consist of 4 to 5 days of going through every record of the hospital from a perspective of looking at documentation per department of how they are meeting quality goals. And it is an arduous process. Different surveyors survey different things. There is a physician, there is an administrator, there is a hospital management, facilities management expert who will literally go through the hospital, poking up tiles, looking for breaches in the ceilings. And it's a very arduous, extensive process.
And in your review of the records and available data, did All Children's Hospital meet those accreditation standards?
Yes, they did.
And was that true in 2016?
Yes.
Okay. So let me talk to you a little bit about retrospective review. There are quality departments in the hospital that retrospectively review patient care. Is that true?
Correct.
And then...
And move strike. You've got an approach on this.
Okay, so this is interesting. Knowing what can't come in, what the judges ruled can't come in, and knowing where they're going here, it's interesting. I don't know what Mr. Anderson's objection is about Mr. Anderson's testimony, but when they approach like this, it's for a couple of reasons. First of all, the objection might be something that is not readily apparent to the judge. Say like a hearsay objection. Or relevance or something like that, where Mr. Anderson can just list the legal basis for the objection, and the judge can make a decision. This could be something related to he's providing testimony that's contrary to what he provided in his report, or it's outside of the scope as an expert witness what he's allowed to do. It could be more detailed. Mr. Anderson's clearly up there. He's handed the judge a paper and he's making an argument, so the judge is going to rule on that. But it'll be interesting to hear. If the line of questioning is allowed, if Mr. Spiro can continue, and the judge will say, Mr. Spiro, you can continue, or sometimes he'll say, objections overruled or sustained. Let's see. Well, while they're doing that little break, let me just say that we have a great partnership on this channel with an amazing Discord page that has been with us and supported us since pretty much week one, I think was when they joined us. The Discord page, as the gavel drops, is a fun place to check out all these cases, and if you want documents on these cases, if you want a place where you can go and look at the calendar and see what is coming up, what has happened in the past, and discuss with many other true crime fans about that. That Discord page is fantastic for that. You can find it at any time by doing this when we're live. You just type !Discord in chat, and I think you can do it at least once a minute. And my little automated bot will respond with a link, and it's right there. We try to keep that link updated. If for some reason it doesn't work for you, let me know. Once you click the link, you do have to authenticate. There's a brief little process, and if you authenticate and make sure, I think you need your name in green. I think, let's see. They have to verify their account in order to open the server. They should get a green verify button on their DMs, and all they have to do is click the button, and then they can also help in the main chat, which is the Chambers chat, if you want to get there. And that's a fun place. I've used that quite a few times, just to verify, where we are in a specific cases. We've got a couple, in the books. We've got Sarah Boone coming up. We've got some of the big cases with BK and Corey Richens and many others that are pending, and will be even some of them years off. But you can find all those cases on the Discord page. So if you're inclined to do that and want to find a one-stop shop for a lot of those documents, including ones that cost money to reach other places, a lot of them are posted there on that Discord. So let's see. And a big thank you to them. It's a lot of work to manage a Discord page like that, and they do a great job. Okay, thank you for everybody who's coming over from Lawn Lumber. Rob has been very generous in announcing our channel and encouraging people to give it a listen and see if they like it, and I can't thank him enough. I appreciate that. Let's see if we have any more questions. Amber says, thank you. Amber's one of our mods, and she also is a moderator over on Discord, and an amazing document hound as well. She's been able to dig up documents that we need in faster. I think when a defense team or the prosecution team or whoever prints a document, I think it prints on Amber's desk first. That's how quick she is. She gets the notice first, and then it prints wherever else they need it. Thank you, Dr. Jennifer. I had fun with Dr. G last night. I had a major technical glitch that prevented me from playing any of the video we prepared for him to analyze, and I just felt awful. But we're going to get that fixed. I'm looking forward to Dr. G's video that he's going to post here this week, doing a little analysis of Kathy Beatty as well as Sally Smith. Those are coming. He's also going to release one about Maya and his observations of watching Maya testify, and in court as well. So looking forward to all those. And a big thank you to Dr. G as well. Let's see. There were a couple of questions I missed. I apologize. Chat's going really fast. Trying to answer them here. What is this sidebar about? This is an objection to a question that Mr. Shapiro was going into. Mr. Anderson brought a document up with him and handed it to the judge, which usually would indicate that he's probably looking through this witness's report, or that they provided prior to testifying. And so I would guess that maybe there's something that either violates a ruling, or they're going into an area that violates a ruling, or this doctor is testifying about something that he either did not put in his report initially, so it's outside of the scope, or is contrary to something he put in his report. Usually at this point, the judge will say to the jury that, we're going to need a minute, because the discussion they're having at this sidebar, that white noise that we heard in our ears that make us want to rip our headphones off and step on them, that's playing in the court, and everybody hears it. And it's very hard to have a conversation like that. And so if it's a lengthy conversation, the judge will often send the witness out, and then they can turn that white noise off and just talk like normal people. So let's see if they wrap it up here. I'm looking at the Zoom here. Let's see. My alarm just went off. We're starting the recording on the Colorado case in Adams County for the Woodyard trial. I'm starting that now. So we'll have that for the other channel. I do have a separate channel we're posting this on. It's called Top Mark Media. So if you're interested in that Woodyard trial, which is the Elijah McClain murder trial, this is the third police officer that's being tried in that case. In the first trial, there were 2 police officers tried together. One was found not guilty, one was acquitted, and the other was found guilty. So this is the third officer, and the first officer to encounter Elijah McClain also did one of the headlocks that might have contributed to some of the problems that ended up resulting in his death. So that trial is going to be over there if you're interested. I encourage you to go check it out. And it's just a straight Zoom cut. It's actually from WebEx, but we're providing that over there. Okay, are we recording? We're recording. Good. There. Thank you very much for the watch. That's the link to the other trial. But on that trial, the judge's order, we cannot do a live replay of the court's WebEx. We have to do a delay. So I've chosen to, at the end of day, post everything that happened during the day. That way I can be in compliance with the decorum rules. All right. Audio-only body language breakdowns are very insightful, says Adam. I know, it was a terrible, terrible thing to happen last night. It was all on me. I'll take complete responsibility for that. I failed on that one. The Elijah McClain trial, that's a tough one. It's a really tough one, and that other channel is one that we are going to be covering trials that might have more politically sensitive or politically involved aspects to them. It's not going to have a political slant to it as coverage. It's going to be a lot like we have right here. We try to be as fair and respectful as we can to everything, but that side is going to get into areas of politics that we don't on this channel. This channel is a Pickles, not politics channel. Let's see. I see some great questions being asked, and then I see great answers being provided before I have time to answer them. So thank you for helping each other out here. Thank you. Very long sidebar here. We've got 4 riders up there, 2 horses. The race is on. There have been a couple movements the judge made is like, I'm not gonna go there. I'm not gonna allow this. But man, this judge has grown on me more and more. I liked him from the beginning, but he is so intelligent. He is able to recall everything that's proceeded for years before this event, and I like the way when he knows that he's sort of got riled up, he takes a break. He says, I need 5 minutes. There's been times he's been really riled up. He's like, I need a break. And then he comes back and he's able to fully reset. And the fact that a particular attorney had really frustrated him with something, it's gone. He lets it go and he moves on. And he's able to make fair decisions. And I think that's important in a case like this, especially where we know that there's going to be, appellate issues will be raised. And for him to be able to do that is so helpful. Longest sidebar yet? No, we've had some long ones. This one just ended. Well, it was about to, but Mr. Anderson wasn't done. The judge can't have a sidebar with just one side, by the way. They need both sides to be there. It would be inappropriate for the judge to have a discussion with just one attorney and the other side not hear what happened there.
May continue, Mr. Shapiro.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sounds like it was overruled. Objection overruled.
In your experience working with hospitals, I wanted to talk to you about your experience on the role of social work and what they're generally tasked to do. So just to sort of suggest this, is social work usually the discipline that works with discharge planning?
Yes.
Okay, and why? What's their role in that regard, from your understanding?
The social work area actually starts when the patient comes into the hospital and really carries through all throughout the admission of the patient. But towards the end of the patient's stay, social workers are very, very much involved in discharge planning. They're trying to identify areas where There can be support systems for the patient when they get home. During the admission itself, they might be helping to examine if the patient doesn't have funds for the treatment to secure financial resources. So in association with other people, including discharge planners, social work is engaged in doing everything they can to facilitate a transfer out of the hospital or a discharge out of the hospital.
One of the questions that the jury has asked in this case is why Maya's case did not rise to the level of senior leadership at the hospital. Based on your experience as the chief operating officer at a children's hospital, let me ask you, I'm going to approach on this one question now.
He's going to approach because there's that white noise. He's going to approach because we're very close to a line. The judge has made a ruling, or there's something he doesn't want to open the door to, but he wants to get very close to that. So this should be a quick sidebar. Famous last words, right? Quick sidebar. The white noise, the witness should not be able to hear. At least that's the idea, is the witness can't hear the questions. It's very hard to hear with loud white noise playing like this. Happy birthday, Pi Lisa. I don't think we sang to anyone this morning. I don't think we had any birthday people in chat. As soon as I said it's going to be a short sidebar, it's still going on. The judge has said that anytime they want to approach before. I think this is because he has ruled that they can't approach. I think twice in this trial they've asked to approach as an objection. And he said no. But when you're asking questions, direct or on cross, and you say, "Judge, can we approach?" Every time he's said yes. And he said, "I would rather you approach a ton. Wear out your shoes walking up here to the bench and run it by me first, and we'll instead of causing a mistrial, causing a huge problem for the court to try to clean up after the fact." Somebody said we need to have this reported to the judge now. What's being reported to the judge? This judge is doing a fantastic job. I'm not aware of anything that needs to be reported to him. And I apologize, Zachary. I realize there's a slow chat is turned on, so it's going to be like 3 minutes before you can respond. I'm sorry. The chat is so full. If we turn that off, it would it's already almost impossible to catch a message as it scrolls by. For those that are new here, we do have a fairly interactive chat. There are a lot of commands that are prefaced by an exclamation point that will trigger a response from the from the bot. So if you see those, that's what it is.
Mr. Anderson, you have experience as the chief operating officer of a children's hospital where children are sheltered. Is that true?
Correct.
In a case like Maya's, why doesn't a child under shelter always rise to the highest executive levels?
Objection. Overruled. You can answer that.
In many cases, at a children's hospital, as I mentioned before, they're only doing pediatric care. And what typically happens is there are, and also because children's hospitals usually are serving a large geographic population, there are any number of cases that might have sheltering orders that come to the hospital. So Maya's case, while it was unique and challenging, would not necessarily be all that uncommon in a children's hospital. Children's hospitals commonly are perform a role as an intermediary or a buffer at times, and so there could be other types of restrictions that patients have in a hospital. So as long as the medical care of the patient, like Maya, is being conducted appropriately, it might not rise to a level where there would be an intervention by a senior official.
Are there also what I would call privacy concerns, where those cases are not always discussed and addressed at high executive levels?
There's always an intent to protect the privacy of a patient and family. There are HIPAA regulations as well, so there is indeed an effort to really protect the privacy issue and monitor the case as how that's being performed on a medical basis.
So we talked a little bit about retrospective reviews and quality committees. Let's talk about real-time review of patient care that would involve patient safety. In your role as a chief executive at a children's hospital, are you aware of certain real-time events to ensure patient care, such as, for example, handoffs?
Hospitals basically are based on shift work. There are 3 different shifts during a 24-hour period. What commonly happens is at shift changeover, there is a handoff from the shift that is going off duty to the shift that's coming on duty, where there's a discussion of what's occurred during that time frame, what the patient needs are, what the status of patients in the unit might be. That huddle, if you want to call it that, of employees, or a meeting of the combination of staff, really is very comprehensive in terms of being multidisciplinary. It involves nurses, it involves physicians, it could involve pharmacists, social workers on the unit. So it's comprehensive. It is really almost on a routine basis during the day, a triage examination of what the care needs of the unit's patients are. And then in addition to that, there could be an examination of each patient specific, what their needs are. So it is a real-time discussion of what the needs of patients are at that moment in time, real time, and what's going to be addressed over the course of upcoming time. So it really is a very specific examination of what's going on at the moment.
And are you familiar with the concept of interdisciplinary team meetings?
Yes, again, those are very common within hospitals, not only amongst physician nurses, all disciplines of the hospital.
And in your review of the records, did you see documented in the records that, for example, the period of October 7th to the 13th, before the shelter order, that there were care planning meetings that were also attended by the family?
Yes.
Let me talk to you about your overall view of, based on what you've reviewed. Did it appear to you, based on the materials you've reviewed, the records, the policies, that all Children's Hospital had an appropriate safety plan in place for patient care?
Yes, it did.
Foundation predicate form of that. Overall.
You can answer.
Yes, it did.
Okay. In your review of the materials, did it appear that all children's, well, there was a concept that was introduced about if everyone's involved with safety, no one's in charge of safety. What is your response to that?
Same objection. Overall.
Going back to the comment about the interdisciplinary meetings, the advantage of that type of situation when you have all the caregivers in the same meeting discussing the patient at the same time. Each member of that interdisciplinary group can discuss the needs and concerns that they might have for that patient. So everyone is taking ownership of their part of the medical care of the patient. So it's an advantage to have multiple people involved, to have the whole team being committed to the needs of the patient.
And within a reasonable degree of hospital administration, did you find that All Children's Hospital had appropriate levels of oversight, supervision, and direction?
Yes. Foundation predicate beyond disclosure.
Beyond disclosure.
And within a reasonable degree of hospital administration probability, did you believe that from an operational standpoint that All Children's met accepted standards of care?
Objection, beyond scope, foundation predicate.
Yes, I did.
1 minute.
Okay, usually those questions to the degree of professional certainty, those come at the very end of the testimony, so I think you'll probably be done here or have very little left.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. I don't have any other questions at this time.
Counsel, Mr. Anderson?
Your Honor, we have not received a...
Members of the jury, why don't we take a 5-minute break? Please do not discuss this case amongst yourselves after the investigation and receive no information.
All rise. Jurors exit.
I'm going to be listening on the Zoom to see if we get to hear this. The witness is being sent out. So we're going to hear that. The judge says we're going to take 5 minutes, and you can all get the papers to each other. Apparently there's some papers the plaintiff has not received relevant to this witness's testimony. I don't think...
Witness, Mr. Anderson, you're in the middle of your testimony, so you cannot talk to anyone, including the lawyers, about the substance of your testimony, okay? We'll take 5 minutes, and if y'all can get the papers to each other, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, so the judge is going to take a break. He's headed out the door as well. Yeah, so no audio coming through on Zoom. Not sure what the papers are, but it seems strange that they would wait until it's cross-examination time for a witness to to pass it over. Polly, I appreciate your comment there. There's political stuff in everything. Here's what I'll say about politics. First of all, I'm a huge supporter of everyone being involved politically, and no matter which side or if you're not a side, I believe that more people involved makes the political process better. I think that people should vote. People should vote on all levels, not just the big races. I'm a huge supporter of that. I'll also say that YouTube, and especially chat on YouTube, is one of the least effective places to hold that conversation. When we're discussing political things, it's hard to have conversations where you can't hear the tone of voice, where it's a typo or a spell check mistake can change what you mean into an insult in a heartbeat. And it's very easy to offend and feel offended in that conversation. We've chosen to try to keep those political things or those aspects, which are important conversations, out of this channel, just so we can focus on what's actually happening in the court. So for that reason, even though sometimes the trials themselves bring up very sensitive and political issues, we try to keep the conversation just focused on court itself, and I just appreciate that. But I appreciate you being here. I'm not trying to limit anyone's free speech. YouTube is open to letting anyone make channels on just about anything. Just do a quick search and you'll see that. So if you'd like to have that conversation, I'll tell you it's difficult. It's difficult to manage, and to have it be effective, especially so that participants can walk away from a conversation like that where they feel both heard and understand something from the other side. But big fan of that as well. All right. One more. Let's see. There was another question and I missed it. I don't know what it is. there's a fine line. Oh, coached and prepped. Zach had a question, and Zach, if you, I know this is weird, but I do give out my burner phone number on it. And I'm not answering calls unless it's Jules, but I give out my burner phone number on the program. If you need to text me something, that's the best way to get something to me. You can type !burner, and it will give you my current burner phone number. And you can text me something if you need to. That usually helps. I have to say, I saw your comment. You had something about AAP being involved in Sally Smith and coaching the witness. I didn't follow the thought, and I'm not sure. I can't for the life of me remember who AAP is. So if you can text me something on that, I'd like to look at that and see if there's something. I would say that it would be very surprising to me if the plaintiff's attorney or the defense attorneys are not aware of just about everything that we are, whether you're finding new videos on YouTube that are relevant to this case or something else. Their people are on it. They've done years of research. I think they know what's going on, so that there's probably a very low likelihood that we as individuals have stumbled across something online that's going to be a game changer in the case. Sometimes it can feel that way when we discover something that's new to us. But anyway, hopefully that helps, and I'll watch for your message on the burner phone. Samantha Terry says, please tell the folks the importance of answering the questions on Facebook prior to submitting the request. Yes, we do have a Facebook page that you can join. It does have a couple questions, and some of the questions might seem silly to you because it says, one of them is like, are you a camel? We play some sound effects from some of the court cases that are really funny. They're sort of relative to times we've shared in court. When we're not in trial, we have sound effects that are often can be triggered by individuals in chat by sending the right command, and that's all done without me intervening at all. So some of those questions relate to that. Just you can reply to the question, "I'm not a camel." We just want to make sure that that you're joining the Recovery Addict Facebook page. And then it should be fine. And if you don't know, just say, hey, I'm new to the channel, came from Law and Lumber, or just I found you on YouTube. I'm interested. Any sort of explanation like that would probably get you past the filters as our mods just try to weed out the automated bots and the trolls. Bug Dugger just gifted 5 memberships. Thank you very much, Bug Dugger. Very generous supporter. Has been gifting memberships quite consistently for quite a while. So thank you so much. Let's see. More pickles, less politics. Yeah, that's good. My phone's ringing. I didn't know I had a phone in here, but apparently I do. It's other phone. All right. Who is crossing this witness? Please let it be Whitney. Christina, unfortunately, we don't get to see Whitney on this one. I love Whitney's crosses. He is able to very quickly and very effectively get to the point, and his speed at thinking on his feet is fantastic. Mr. Anderson is also very effective on cross, but not also very time conscious. His crosses tend to be a little bit longer, but he's also very, very good at what he does. So either way, we're good. But this is Mr. Anderson that will be crossing the witness, Mr. Anderson. Okay. Brooklyn says, I would have never known that answer to the Facebook question, and I've been around since February or March. It's all right. Just do your best on the answers. If you leave them blank, that's typically what an automated bot would do if it tries to join groups. A lot of times there are programs out there that try to join groups just because there's a chance to get in front of a lot of eyeballs, whether it's advertising or spam or something else, and so they just try to join every group they can, and that's the only reason we have those questions. All right. The Colorado trial is going nicely. It's recording properly, so we can't wait to have that up tonight. Anna, I credit my radio voice to some amazing equipment that I've got a Rode soundboard that just I love what it does to my voice. I love how it makes it sound. It's not a huge change. It's not like I'm not like changing my pitch and morphing it like a monster or something. But it's a lot of fun, and I love what it does. I'm a big fan of Rode's equipment. I've really liked their wireless mics. I'm using the mic I'm using right here is a Rode mic as well. I've been impressed
Please
with.
be seated, everyone. We ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor. I would like to ask a clarifying question of the witness before I yield.
I disagree. Do we need the witness, Mr. Anderson, to step out?
Yes, I think so.
Mr. Anderson, the witness, I need you to step out, please.
He has to specify the witness. We might get to hear this one. Hopefully they don't approach. Oh yes, we get to hear. This is good.
Okay. Witness, Mr. Anderson, is out of our presence. Attorney, Mr. Anderson.
We still
sorry, it was Mr. Shapiro that had the questions.
Yes, he has a question.
The performance reviews we have are from October 2014 to the end of October 2015 and the end of October 2015.
The ones that he reviewed.
The ones that he reviewed to the end of October 2016, and I was going to clarify that with him.
Yeah, which means that the corrective action notice and the subsequent performance review was never produced to us for the relevant 2.5 months that Maya remained in that hospital.
Okay.
Ooh, this
Do
is a
you have
discovery
the
issue.
performance review of the time that that Maya Kowalski was at the hospital?
No, Your Honor.
For parts of it, yes.
October 2016.
You don't have it here or in evidence?
No.
Okay, this is what you're going to do.
Yep.
You're going to produce it tonight to the plaintiffs. If it's a performance review covering the time period that Maya Kowalski was at the hospital, you're going to do that. You're going to get it as soon as possible, but no later than, let's say, 6 p.m. today. This witness, although will be excused, is subject to being called back. And if there's a financial issue, we can address that if it becomes necessary.
Understood, Your Honor.
Okay.
So then I would cross today, but then be able to bring him back if I decided after reading that it was necessary.
If there's something in that performance evaluation that you need to ask this witness about, then let us know and we'll bring this person back.
I understand the court's ruling.
Right.
Your Honor, a separate issue is the reference to JCAL accreditation and meeting those standards. While you were out, I asked the court reporter to mark the questions, and we'd like the questions read into the record again so that we can address the issue.
I'm not following you. The questions were asked, so why are we re-asking the questions?
Well, there seems to be a dispute over what was asked at sidebar. What was asked, and they can be read into the record, was whether Johns Hopkins, All Children's Hospital, met the accreditation standards of the Joint Commission. And we asked for anything he relied upon in discovery, and we were never provided those reports. There's not something we can just go Google and get. So they're in the hospital's possession. They're in the expert's possession. We're not able to cross on these documents.
Did he review or rely on the Joint Commission accreditation?
No. It's the hospital can't operate as a facility without being accredited by the Joint Commissions. They can't accept Medicaid or Medicare funding. I didn't know that anybody was disputing that the hospital was running an unlicensed facility. It was a generic statement that all hospitals that are subject to licensure in the state of Florida, actually nationally, are subject to audits by the Joint Commissions. It's a condition. I didn't even go this far, but it is a condition of Medicare. Medicaid.
Did the plaintiffs ask for the documents reviewed and relied upon by?
Yes, we did, Your Honor.
When?
2020.
He was retained in 2021.
Did you ask with respect to this witness?
Well, I'm told yes. We can address it again.
Conceptually, here's the thing. If there was a specific request to this witness to produce the file, and if it wasn't produced, that also will need to be
produced by 6 o'clock today. Now, if they being the plaintiffs didn't ask, it's a different story. So if you can look to see if there was a specific request, I'm sure you all can then get the file if there was a request.
Okay, I mean, I can have the request for reduction here. It's a 2020 June 10th, our RFP to Mark Anderson, and it asks for
RFP is
any
request
and
for
all
production.
documents and or materials referenced. So we asked for all materials. Mark Anderson has several others, but I'll stop there.
Mr. Shapiro, why are you, okay, if they use a specific name in 2020, how was he retained in 2021?
I may be off on the case. I read into the record everything he's relied on. He didn't.
Okay. Well, it sounds like that there was a specific request for the documents that this expert relied on. So from a discovery standpoint, you have until 6 p.m. today to get everything that this witness relied on to the plaintiffs.
They have every single document that he relied on. I can read them into the court again, but I can re-email them to him.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you.
We can email them in the next 10 minutes.
And again, this witness will remain, and if we need to call him back, we'll do that. So, but for now, are you ready to go? I know you don't have these documents, but you'll have them sometime today.
We're as ready as we can be.
And just to be very clear, he was never sent joint accreditation documents. He didn't rely on joint accreditation documents, so I don't know that there's anything that they're going to expect to get other than what I read, the depositions of Dr. Perno, deposition transcripts, 4th amended complaint, 8th amended complaint, the hospital records, Sally Smith's medical evaluation,
Mr. Shapiro, if the witness relied on documents, they need to go to the plaintiffs pursuant to the document request. That seems like a very fundamental issue.
I totally agree. I'm just making the record for the court. They have every single document that he relied on. He didn't rely on joint commission.
What you're reading is what you provided the witness, which is a little bit different than the document request. So I've said what I said, 6 p.m., if not before. Let's do that. Let's continue on knowing that the plaintiffs may be able to have another bite at the apple, so to speak. Let's go get witness Mr. Anderson. Let's bring in the jury.
Okay, so the financial thing the judge was mentioning about that is this witness is a paid witness. He's being paid to testify. And the judge is now ordering that he's retained. He's not released. I mean, he can step down, but he's not released, which could mean that his billable hours continue, right? Because if he's like traveled to be here, he's like, the whole time I'm there, I might get paid $100 an hour, not in court, and $300 in court. I don't know what his numbers are. They're probably low. He's only been paid $5,600 so far, which is low on the witness side. But the judge is saying he has to stay. And now defense, you have to keep paying him. And if that's a problem, let me know. But that's interesting. I've never seen that before.
Members of the jury, I want to confirm while you're away, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves. You did not do the investigation. You received no information. Is that all correct? And has anyone approached you about this case? Has anyone seen any media coverage about this case? Mr. Anderson. Sorry. Attorney Mr. Anderson, you may now ask witness Mr. Anderson questions.
Like Star Trek. Mr. Spock. Mr. Spock.
Make it so.
Make it so.
You got that, didn't you?
So I would be correct that the last time you actually were a CEO, it was 20 years ago in Wisconsin at a children's hospital there?
I was a senior administrative. I held the title Chief Operating Officer for Ambulatory Services at Tampa General, so that would have been 2018. For a children's hospital, 2000. You're correct.
So I was correct, 20 years ago in Wisconsin.
In Wisconsin.
Did you actually review the Joint Commission reports that you testified to on direct examination?
This is important.
There were comments in the material that I was provided that referenced that, I believe.
All right, so you received an outline prepared by these guys that had some of the quotes from the reports in it. True?
True.
And that report, how many pages was it? I mean, not the report, I mean the outline. How many pages was that outline?
I'm not following which outline you're talking about.
The very same outline you just testified contained comments from the Joint Commission reports.
Well, what I was referencing there is I received
Your Honor, why are we approaching
thousands of pages of material before.
I understand that. I'm asking you whether there was anything prepared by the defense lawyers that summarized or provided you with the choice of materials you were going to testify to.
Yes.
How many pages was it?
2 or 3.
And in that outline, they pointed to you certain deposition excerpts?
No.
The standards you were to testify to?
I'm trying to be sure I'm specific about what outline you're talking about. I received a document of what portions of my testimony would be this morning that had outlines of topics that I had discussed with my attorney.
Okay, so they told you...
Your Honor, may we approach on this?
No.
What?
I object to the invasion of work product.
They told you...
Object to the invasion of work product. 2 refusals to approach.
You'd be testifying to, right?
Same objection.
Overall, you can answer.
This
They
witness
told me topics for discussion as a prep.
And within those topics, they also gave you materials or excerpts from materials that you should use, did they not?
They gave me, if we're talking about the information this morning, I reviewed some documents relative to an HR performance eval.
I'll get to that in a moment. What I'm asking you, sir, if I'm understanding your testimony, you got an outline from the defense last night. Are we in agreement there?
It was not last night, it was this morning. And I received a document about discussions that we had about topics that were going to be brought to my attention to discuss this morning.
Okay, in that one, did they provide you with references for materials that would be useful in discussing that topic?
No.
How?
His glance to the defense table is interesting. Okay, Mr. Whitney's just come up and is whispering Mr. Anderson's ear on the Zoom. I can see that. So Whitney's
Other
helping.
than telling you what you were going to be asked, topics you were going to be asked this morning, what else did they provide you in that outline?
A listing of materials that I had previously looked at, and then documents relative to Ms. Beatty's performance of ours.
Okay. So you yourself did not go out and seek any materials in this case, did you?
Materials I received were provided over time.
The defense provided you with the materials you were to base your opinion on, right?
Correct.
Did they provide you with the 2017 review of Kathy Beatty?
Yes.
They did. For the year encompassing the October incident, I'll get the date, sorry. The November 18th, 2016 incident involving Kathy Beatty. They gave you the review that encompassed that?
I think it encompassed that, yes. I don't have the document in front of me now to look at.
So now, did you actually get any of the JCAL reports on Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital?
By JCAL, are you referring to the Joint Commission?
The Joint Commission reports, yes.
I did not see their full report, no.
You saw excerpts of the report?
I saw comments and material I received referencing Joint Commission, yes.
So you offered an opinion to the jury without actually reading the entire reports, right?
I gave an opinion based on what the findings of that report seemed to be, yes.
What that report seemed to be was selected by the defense lawyers, was it not?
That was where the information came from.
You yourself never went out and actually researched to figure out for yourself what was relevant, what was not, as to any of this material, did you?
The information that I saw was provided by the attorney, but it had comments. It was medical record information and other types of information, depositions and the like. That's the material that I received.
So you more or less are serving here as a mouthpiece for what they consider important, right?
No,
Shapiro's frustrated.
So where the independent analysis come in here, if they selected the things. I'm sorry, I apologize. Continue, sir. My apologies.
What I made comment about are progress notes and information that is documented within the records of all children's. And I've made comments about how transfer agreements were made. I made comments about interdisciplinary meetings that have occurred. I've made comments about perceptions of organizational structure and how quality of care is being rendered. And those are judgments that I have made based on my serving as a chief operating officer, looking at documented progress notes of patient care that was rendered to Maya.
Okay. Now, in what you reviewed, I'm going to ask you some facts here that have been put before this jury, and I want to know in the materials you were provided.
Anderson's
two
burned
questions.
10 minutes on this witness.
First question is, were you provided them? And second, did you review to see whether this information ever made it up to senior management? Okay? First, so you understand the parameters. All right. First one is Kathy Beatty taking my client to a room, undressing her down to her sports bra and short shorts, and taking photographs of her without her parents' permission.
Objection to mischaracterization of the evidence.
Overruled. You can answer.
First, were you provided that?
That information was detailed or was told in documents that I received, yes.
All right. As to that one. And then, second question. Well, maybe there's three. Would you agree that that's a type of situation that should be reported high enough up in an organization so somebody can review it and decide whether action needs to be taken?
The situation you are describing was the patient being taken to have in pursuit of further information about a diagnosis. And that diagnosis was to be, that was being examined was there potential abuse going on to that patient? Pursuant to the hospital's policies and procedures, that was what was conducted by the team that took the photographs. But there was also no indication in the medical records or the progress notes that there was a parental complaint about that raised.
How are the parents supposed to complain if they don't know about it?
The policy that is...
It's all right. Just tell me now, would you agree that that's the type of information that should go far enough up the chain so that someone can decide whether this was action that needed to be corrected?
The activity that was being done was in process of the care that was needed. It was not an abnormal event that was occurring or asking to be occurred.
Sir, I just want to know, is this an event that should be carried up high enough or not? Yes or no?
It was carried to the risk management department and it was reported.
Okay. And in your view of this risk management, Strike It, have you ever seen the flow chart there, the organizational chart of this hospital?
Yes.
And you recognize the risk management reports directly to the general counsel?
That's where it is on the chart.
And the general counsel reports to the CEO, directly to the CEO?
Correct.
Who was the CEO back then?
Jonathan Ellen.
All right. So he would have a direct conduit of information from risk management, true?
Yes.
Do you agree with the push-pull method that is the duty of executives to not only just receive information from those that they're working with, but pull information from time to time to be fully informed?
I believe that meetings and communication should occur.
All right. So a good executive should be pulling information out as well as just passively receiving information. True?
That's correct.
Okay.
Well, as they receive the information doesn't necessarily mean they're going to intervene in the situation.
Right.
If the situation was being conducted appropriate to the level of care required and appropriate to the policies and procedures of the hospital.
Okay. Conducting unauthorized surveillance in a room where my client could not escape for 48 hours without her knowledge or her parents' knowledge.
Okay.
First, is that the type of event that should be reported up the line?
Here's a
if
second.
in fact there was no authorization?
Objection, mischaracterization, Chapter 39 issues.
Objection, mischaracterization, Chapter 39 issues. The judge is going to call him up to approach right now. Okay, this witness was being grilled. Mr. Shapiro tried his best to try to give him a little bit of breathing space by making objections. The judge shut them down so fast the witness couldn't breathe. Mr. Shapiro tried to approach and what, 2, maybe 3 times, I think at least twice. The judge is like, no, you can't. This is Mr. Anderson, in the way he's spelling these questions out, is making it look like this witness was provided nearly verbatim the testimony that they wanted him to offer. That he did no research, he did no expert analysis, that he did, that everything was basically came pre-highlighted for him to parrot in testimony. Mr. Shapiro has objected that they're getting into the work product, and the judge has allowed it. He overruled this and allowed it. And the witness is panicking. You look at every time he's asked a question, his hesitation, his glances over to the defense table. He knows he's in trouble. Mr. Shapiro's really frustrated. I'm not sure if I don't think he's contrite here. I don't think Mr. Shapiro at this point thinks that he did something wrong. He thinks that maybe he's being treated unfairly based on the facial expressions I'm seeing. But wow. Okay, let's see how this goes.
Attorney Mr. Anderson, why don't you ask your question?
So it's allowed. Objection overruled.
Is this the type of event, unauthorized, that should be reported up the chain? Excuse me, if unauthorized, it should be reported up the chain.
This situation that you're describing, though, was a case that was being conducted in pursuit of a further diagnosis. In that situation, it was a action that was being pursued according to hospital policy. So it was an approved action.
I take it that that's a no. It shouldn't be reported up the line, according to you.
The swivel in the chair.
I mean, really, it was a yes or no. Should it be reported up or should it not? I know.
He's going to move on. Oh, he's making him stick.
Yes or no, sir? Should it be reported up the line or should it not be reported up the line?
I don't know whether it was reported up the line or not. What I'm trying to do is make a distinction that if it was in following a patient care diagnosis strategy and following the hospital policy, then it is an action that could have been taken. Was it reported up the line? Could have been.
Okay. In fact, in this case, it was reported up the line, was it not? The risk management?
I believe it was through a existing shelter order.
Okay. Now, what about a social worker putting my client on her lap and kissing her without the parent's knowledge or authorization?
Objection.
If that becomes known, should that be something that's reported up the line?
Objection, mischaracterization.
Overruled, you can answer that.
Would you repeat it, please?
Sure. Putting my client, a social worker, putting my client on her lap and kissing her. Is that the type of thing, if discovered, should be reported up the line?
I'm not aware that that specific event actually occurred as you described it.
We have our jury here to decide that, but go ahead.
I answered it. I'm not sure that event just occurred as you described it.
Okay, let's just assume for the purposes of this question, since you're up here as an expert, that happened. Is that the kind of thing that should be reported up the line?
If that was raised as a complaint by the family, yes. I do not believe that was raised as a complaint by the family.
Again, sir, how are the Kowalskis to know this is happening to their daughter if no one tells them?
Again, sir, the information you're bringing forth is not one that I've seen documented that actually occurred.
Okay. Let's look at then did you, in your review, note that Dr. Katzenstein was notified of concerns of Miss Beatty about her behavior?
I did not see any of that in the record of my review.
That was not provided to you?
I did not see it in the review that I did.
Did you receive the All Children's Hospital? Did you see the All Children's Hospital corrective action notice on Miss Beatty?
No. In the record, I saw that it was referenced as an oral warning to her, and I did not see any written notice of that in the record.
Okay. Well, then let's bring up Trial Exhibit 2278-036. I'm aware of the time, Your Honor. And let the record reflect that this is the counseling date of November 18th, 2016, All Children's Health Notice Corrective Action. Have you ever seen this document?
If he says no, it throws the defense under the bus.
Sir, I do not recall having seen this document.
The bus. This is a catch-22.
Would it matter to you, sir, in your evaluation, if you look down under previous counseling corrective action, that Ms. Beatty here had been counseled 2 previous occasions on her professional behavior? Would that have affected your opinion?
Can I ask the witness to be showed both pages of the document and not just excerpts?
Sure. If you need to see the second page, I'm getting to it. But
pulling out excerpts and ask him if he's seen that. I'd like him to see the whole document.
Mr. Anderson conduct it the way he wishes to at this time. If
that
the
was
witness
a note,
wants to
Mr.
see
Shapiro.
both pages, then
absolutely, Your Honor,
we can do that.
And I'll get to it. But for right now, would it affect your opinion that on 2 prior occasions, Kathy Beatty had been counseled regarding professional behavior issues?
That reflects that she has been counseled. I don't know what the outcome of the counseling was. I don't know what it was for. The fact that someone brings something to her attention in a corrective way is the proper process. In the human resource records that I saw, I did not see reference to this activity.
Let's go up to the specific misconduct.
Mr. Anderson.
23 minutes.
I've got to be in a meeting in 6 minutes. So
I
just
shall
let
be,
you know.
I shall be done in 2 minutes.
Okay.
Will that give you enough?
Go for it.
All right, just a couple questions. Let's go up real quick under specific statement of specific misconduct. Do you see that there?
Yes.
And do you see that the problem complaint of the specific conduct was Miss Beatty saying, do you want to take this outside? Do you see that?
Yes.
Would that indicate to you that Ms. Beatty here, at least from what you're reading, is challenging a fellow worker to a fight?
It's a statement that she was aggressive.
Well, usually when people say, you want to take this outside, it means they're challenging him to a fight, is it not?
And I think this is what is being referred to as when she was issued an oral warning for that activity.
Final question, sir. Is this the kind of person that should really be put on as the primary contact and controller of a 10-year-old little girl in Maya Kowalski's situation?
Objection, argument.
Overruled. You can answer that.
Based on Ms. Beatty's record, based on the evaluations that she had seen, based on the information that she was provided by her supervisors, she was assigned to this patient, and I don't see anything that would have prohibited that being done.
Sit down, Anderson. Job done. Job well done.
1 minute 30 seconds.
But you spent 25 minutes doing it.
Members of the jury, this is one of those days that I actually have a meeting that I have to appear at. So we're going to take lunch. I'm going to ask that they be back at 1:30, ready to go. Do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Do not do any investigation and receive no information.
All rise. Jurors exit.
Okay, so now they don't have time to deal with anything right now. The judge has to leave. So I think we're going straight to lunch. But, oh my goodness, this witness. I want to talk about the catch-22 he was in. This was not, we talk about this being a chess match.
The jury's out of our presence. If witness Mr. Anderson is back at 1:15, is that appropriate?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Now, witness Mr. Anderson, you're in the middle of your testimony. There's still questions to be had. You cannot have any discussion with anybody about your testimony, including the lawyers. And I think it's probably best that you just avoid both sets of lawyers.
Yes.
You go and have your own lunch and come back and not participate or be around any of the lawyers. Let's do it that way.
That's the strongest
We'll be back
warning.
at 1:15.
The judge has given
Okay,
any witness.
we're in recess until 1:15.
So as they go, let's go to the break. The catch-22 he was in, and this was great question. Other than how much time he took, that's the only complaint I have about Mr. Anderson. Other than that, he basically is impeaching this witness, saying, "Hey, I'm challenging how you came to your conclusion. You sat up here and said the hospital was perfect from a managerial standpoint. That they're great. It's all stars and roses, and everything's wonderful." And Mr. Anderson goes and starts tearing into it, and the judge allows it. And I don't know what he presented. I think it had to do probably with his report. There was probably something in his report that clued off Mr. Anderson as to that there was something to chase here. And he chases it. The judge allows him to get into even an area where Mr. Shapiro says, "Hey, that's work product, right? Which is protected. You can't I'd like to peer inside the attorney's notepad and see what they're working on." You can't do that. But in this case, the judge said this is something you can follow, and he followed it through and was able to elicit from the witness under cross-examination that he had formed his testimony entirely based on the highlighted sections of the paperwork that was sent to him from defense counsel. That they had done all the work. They had put together all the paperwork saying, here are your sources you need to list. You list these are your sources. Here's the results we want you to come up with. And in doing this is not an expert witness. This is a talking head. It's a paid talking head that's wearing the Halloween costume that looks like an expert witness. And Mr. Anderson trapped him in the corner and then saying, "Okay, based on your expertise, now that you've said these words that the defense got you to say, how can you rationalize what you just told the jury about the hospital being, up and up on their managerial processes and procedures, when we have this evidence, and he starts pulling out the report from Miss Beatty, and that's when you got the doublespeak and the back talk and the long pauses and I've already answered that question and again, sir, and this was so effective. This was so effective. Mr. Anderson, I believe in the minds of the jury, has discredited this witness, and at the same time, probably made the jury look at the defense team themselves and think like, wow, that's pretty sneaky. Is there anything else I should watch out for? That was huge. And once again, Mr. Shapiro is in the middle of it. He's in the very middle. It seems like every time this goes sideways for the defense team, Mr. Shapiro's name is written all over it. No, I love Mr. Shapiro. I think he is a fantastic attorney. I don't know if he just drew the short straw and this is what happened, but I can't wait for Rob's take on this. I realize Rob is in trial prep, right? So he's got trial tomorrow and the next day. So I don't know when we get to hear from him. I don't know if Emily, I'm pretty sure probably, I'm not sure if Emily DeBaker is going to do anything on this, but probably the lawyer might get into this a little bit. I can't wait for the legal minds to weigh in just a little bit on this and sort of spell this out from the viewpoint that we don't see as members of the public. From the legal, I mean, there are people, Uncivil Law was here saying, this is absurd that some of these issues are coming up like that. So that's, I can't wait to hear that take. But yeah, this was good stuff. I know Emily DeBaker is skipping this one. I said her name and then realized that she's not doing this trial. This is a tough one. It really is. Not that she's not competent. She could do it, but she's got reasons for not doing it. Rob must be freaking out. He's probably throwing things and yelling at his computer screen. But wow. Kurt, her lawyer, please cover this today. We need this, says Leonard JM. All right. This is great. This is fantastic, but except for the time. I looked at my watch. I didn't do a good job tracking the time that Mr. Anderson used. I got about 24 minutes, roughly, that was spent on this witness, in addition to the 12 minutes and 45 seconds that he spent on the first witness. So now he's approaching 45 minutes of time used already today. And he only had 6 minutes of 20 minutes, or 6 hours and 20 minutes available at the start of today. It's you can't continue at this speed. We can't. There's going to be a time, and it's going to be awful. But there's going to be a time where there's a witness, probably like this one, who is just a soft target, easy for your attack, and you'll be able to score some huge points, and you won't have the time to do it. So it's frustrating that way. Holly Mack says, Judge, don't trust him with all the looks over to the defense for their help. He looked angry at the defense. Holly Mack, the judge, we've seen this several times. We've had lunch several times where a witness was actively on the stand, sworn in mid-testimony. Right? Usually it's at the exchange point between the plaintiff and the defense, or vice versa. And when that happens, the judge gives an instruction, says, hey, you're still under oath. You're still sworn in as a witness right here. You can't talk to anybody about your testimony. And that's where he leaves it. And this one, the judge, even though he's late for his meeting, says, look, you're still sworn in. You're still under oath. There are questions to be asked. You can't talk to anybody, including the lawyers. I don't even want you to take lunch with them, just to avoid any possibility of anything. Now, if I were the defense team, now's when you get your private investigator, to just follow him, just to make sure there's no meetup, okay? Because if there's even a passing glance or a word, fireworks will explode. It will explode. But I don't know if that's even legal in Florida, so don't take my recommendation on that one. But yeah, this witness is going to be back on the stand without the benefit of being able to talk to the defense counsel again and get recentered or directed or coached on anything he says. So it's... I think for this, what Mr. Anderson's done, right? He said it'd be 2 minutes. He might have more questions. He hasn't sat down and said no further questions. I don't think it's up for the jury. Megan's like, meet me outside. What? I did not see the actual wording. I didn't find it on the page where Kathy Beatty basically challenged a fellow employee to a fight in the parking lot. Okay, this is a side of Beatty I had not seen, but if that was on there, that's a problem. If that sort of problem existed, it should have been probably taken up to management. And the issue of should she have been in charge like she was and put over the things that she was, that should have been something that management should have considered. And if they didn't consider it, which by all indications they did not, maybe this man's testimony that the management is all on the up and up and did everything appropriately is not accurate. Lamb says, please stop the emphasis on time. I can't handle it. Mr. Anderson had 30 years in trial work. Let him handle that, and we enjoy the testimonies, etc. Lamb, I apologize. I'll try. I am tracking it because the judge is tracking it, and he's made a point of it as well. I really do think it will be an issue. I do. I'll try not to emphasize it so much. Thanks for that, but I appreciate that. All right. You want to take this outside? It was catch me outside. Did someone say catch me outside or cash me outside? Cope and whiskey. Well, there was a large tuba sound that just came from my house. Like one of my kids has found it. Oh, I think they're blowing through a pipe, like a trumpet. Toys. Anyway, Cope and Whiskey says, please hit the like button. I love this channel and y'all. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, Cope and Whiskey. Thanks for the 3 months of support. She was written up for it. It was on the page. I seen it, says Nikki. It was there. Wow. This is getting better and better. The fireworks at the end of this trial are fantastic. Okay, I'm not sure. Jules was going to call at some point during the break, but I'm not sure if she's able to call right now or if she's talking with people. Listen to learn. I've got I've got so many computers recording things right now and doing different things that I'm hesitant to jump on anything and rewind. Let me see if I can do it on this machine over here. Let's go back and see if Tampa had it easy to access. Okay, here we go. I think I've got it here. Thanks for that suggestion. Let me pull up camera 3. This is going back and looking at the misconduct report. Let's read this together. Kathy displayed some unprofessional behavior towards a colleague on her team and was witnessed by other staff members. It was reported by 2 witnesses that Kathy stormed into her colleague's office and stated, "Do you have a problem? I'm tired of all these emails. I only have a certain amount of time to get things done. Do you want to take this outside?" There it is. The witness reported that they asked for them to take it to another location. Witness reported Kathy was very loud and aggressive. It reported that she created this very tense environment for all parties. Kathy realized that she was in the wrong and tried to apologize to her colleague in person and later sent an email to her colleague. The aforementioned behaviors do not exhibit J. Hatch's expectations of interdisciplinary teamwork and cordial professional interactions. The previous counseling corrective action was that Kathy had not had any previous corrective actions. Kathy has been counseled on 2 previous occasions regarding professional behavior among colleagues and being collaboration among team leaders. Collaborative, I think, maybe, among team leaders. Okay, so that is wow. Absolutely crazy. ICU now says, lawyer can't comment. He works with some of these people. I realize that some of you said that he actually has practiced in this courtroom. I mean, that's how close he is to this case. So that makes sense. But maybe from a 3,000-foot view, we can understand some of these issues, especially where it comes to discovery issues at a week before the end of a month and a half long trial. That's crazy. All right. Every day this trial does not disappoint, says Melissa T. You just don't know what's going to happen, but you can guarantee something will. Thank you. Please, no comments inciting violence or harm to anyone. We do not condone that at any point. If you've watched me for any length of time, I don't even believe in prison justice. I don't believe that is something that should be condoned at all. So thank you for respecting that. All right, who's clicking? Laura, that is Mr. Anderson, the lawyer, Attorney Anderson, as he has a pen, and he's been tapping on the desk as well. I think he does it when he's anticipating a win. I think that's what he does it. Mr. Hunter is missing all this. He is. He'll be back. Do you guys hear the tuba in the background? I think that's my son has discovered how to play a PVC pipe with like an instrument. Okay, I think that's it. I wonder if he'll still get paid. He'll still get paid. He's, he testifies. He doesn't get paid based on what he says. He gets paid on how long it takes him to say it, I think. Rob will cover it tonight. I know Rob has trial prep. I think there's no, and Lady Draconis, I think you sent me a message on this. Let's see. She wasn't sure if Rob's let me know yet. Let's see. It says no recap. No recap tonight because he has trial tomorrow. And so be on the lookout. So Rob will be covering this, as he does. But you've got to understand with the trial tomorrow, he's got to prepare for that. So it won't be tonight. Reverend Beasy says, do you still have your zebra? I do. It's right here. It's right here. It swings from my my microphone arm. Thank you for that. Appreciate that. It still has a few stripes on it. I treat it gently. I don't rub the stripes off. It's not like the cash cow or Mupak, I believe is what we called him. I have to be gentle with this one. The first one exploded through overuse of squeezing. And that was a catastrophe. That was awful. It was an utter disaster. All right. Anything else we need to cover before we go to lunch? They're coming back at 1:15, which gives us an hour. We'll be back at 1, which gives you 45 minutes. Let's see. Nicole said Anderson will ask for more time and judge will reluctantly grant more time for both sides. I don't know if he will. If he does, that'll be good, and that will ease my ulcer because I'm nervous. I'm nervous for Mr. Anderson. I think they're going to get the outcome they want in this trial. I really do. I think that they've presented a very effective case to the jury, and I think it's resonated with the jury. But that's it. As far as the objection count goes, we're at 1,381. If we see where the guesses are, just 1 second here. Now you guys have to be able to hear that trumpet that's going in the other room. Let me switch to camera 1 on this so you can see what's behind me. Lock source 1. Okay, so on the guesses, here's what we have. Let's see, 1,381. We're scrolling through. We've got about 1,000 guesses altogether on this contest. So 13, 50, 60, 70, 80. There we go. 1380 was Greeners. Greeners right now is in the winning with the closest guess, but Everine is coming up next, and then we're going on to Lynn Britton, ZF Racing, 85, Heather, Arlene Landry, Nancy, Kelly White, Vanessa McKee, Tisha, Dave Hoffman, Nancy, Eric, Jenny and GA is at 1,400. So I think we're probably going to get at least a 1,400 today. So that'll be fun. Lots and lots of objections. All right. If there's anything else we need to cover before we go to lunch, trial does definitely take precedence over recaps. Chat understands. Yeah, I cannot wait. It's so good. It's worth waiting a day or two for. Any Mrs. RA input? Mrs. RA is hard at work. We're trying to figure out how to get airline tickets to get the family across the country for a few days. And it's a struggle. When you have 8 kids, it's a struggle. Let me just say that. Or eight family members. I have 6 kids. Sorry. We have 8 tickets we need to buy. Dr. G needs to analyze this cross. I think we could all pretty much tell that witness was very, very uncomfortable. This is Mark Anderson's we're talking about. He's a healthcare management. He has a healthcare management degree. He's semi-retired. Impressive resume. All sorts of name dropping occurred during that as well. Christy, please don't stop giving the time updates. I get anxiety every time Anderson does cross exams. He's too long-winded. He's going to run out of time before the crucial witnesses testify. I don't know how the court's going to handle it. So maybe my worst fear is not as bad as what's actually going to happen. But I'll keep you appraised on what time we have. When will they rest? Karen, we heard that this morning, that the defense would possibly rest Tuesday evening or Wednesday morning next week. So we're looking at a week left of testimony, roughly. But that just depends. I think Carell's says, Miss Carell's said that that things were going faster than she expected, so they might end a little earlier. Pickles says, thank you for last night's analysis with Dr. G. Dr. G is amazing. I'm so grateful he came on the show. It was wonderful to have him on. We'll have to have him again. Greener says, send the hoodie over here. Unfortunately, Greener, it's the final count that's going to be the winner. I'm not sure if that's going to be you at this point, unless we end in a mistrial today very quickly. Any other questions I can answer for you, or are you guys all ready for lunch? I'm going to prep everything for this. There we go. Have we heard if Beatty will testify? We've heard that she will be testifying on Monday. Then this will be live. She'll be called by the defense and testifying on Monday. And, hopefully the plaintiff has time to cross-examine that, because I think that will be that'll be rich for them. I'm just excited for jury questions now. Yeah, we haven't got those yet on this witness as well. The jurors get to mull this over. Okay, they went to lunch with this resonating in their head, with the behavior, the answers of this witness, the back and forth, the objections, the overruled by the judge. They get to think this over while they're eating, and then come back to their notebooks and write some questions. They don't have their notebooks with them when they're on lunch. Notebooks stay in the courtroom, but I think they're going to come back in and start writing some questions down. And I'd love to hear from Jules if that's the case. What time is lunch over? Mary, we'll be back at 1 o'clock, so that's going to give us 45 minutes. What's the largest guess on objections? Tower Hill Girl, we had one guess that was infinity. The next one down, I think, was 14,000. And then within 5 guesses, we're down to about the 4,000 mark. But I don't think we're going to get that high. My guess was about, what was it, 1,600, 1,700? You guys can hold me to it. I don't remember what it was. Thank you very much. 44,000. That's huge. That's amazing. I appreciate every single one of you. That's awesome. I'll play the party horn one time. Yay! Thank you very much. I appreciate it. That's really a celebration for you guys. I would not be here without you. It would not be the same without you. So thank you very much. Tons of jury questions coming, I'm sure. All right, tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live again. It will be in 45 minutes. And the first person in chat, as always, wins the internet for the day. So if you'd like that to be you, I just suggest that you click the subscribe button and ring the bell, and then click that refresh button page a million times, because we'll have the new placeholder for the live stream that we're going to have this afternoon open within about 5 minutes of this one closing. And I'll get that done right away, and then the first person in chat's the winner, so it could be you. All right. Karen, I don't know. I've never had someone ask. Let me research that, because I have them made per order. I want to make it right for you. I'd hate for you to be stuck with something that that doesn't work. So shoot me a text on the burner phone, Karen. We want to fix that for you. All right, we'll see you guys after lunch. All right, it's time to go. I talked too long.